My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. Thanks for joining. And, this deportation operation by ICE has begun in Chicago. And this is really the beginning, this ICE operation, which is happening in other cities too around the country, but in Chicago in particular. This ICE operation in Chicago is about cleaning up the crime in Chicago like they've done in Washington, D.C. And there's a big misconception about Chicago crime. Chicago's criminal makeup is about 50-50, 60-40 black and Hispanic. And the Hispanic gangs, a huge chunk of them, are led by MS-13, Trinidad, De Agua, and all of that, and they are illegals. There's a lot of illegals in Chicago. So the feds are going in and doing a big roundup that no one can contest. They can gripe, but they can't contest it. They don't even need their cooperation, and that's the major ICE operation. So they'll do that, and then they'll work on the domestic criminal terrorists, just like they did in D.C. It's a very well-planned, really a military-like operation with military-like precision and how to take Chicago back so that the people that live in Chicago can live without fear of being a crime victim. And, President Trump, he's fed up. Aren't you? I mean, why do you think it's okay for all these criminals just to run amok in our country? Since when? Why is that a thing that you all think is an okay thing? That are liberals. Don't you want to live in a crime-free zone? Don't you want to be able to walk out of your home, wherever you live, and not worry about getting victimized? Of course. Who doesn't? You'd have to be a lunatic not to want to live in a low-crime, crime-free neighborhood. So why should the people of Chicago be forced to live in a crime zone? Why? And what's going to happen? See, this time next year, it'll be the heat, a very hot time for the midterm election season. And when we get into the midterm election season, this is going to be a big issue because there's going to be these blue cities like Chicago, like D.C. There'll be many others by that time because things are moving so fast that are literally practically crime-free zones, courtesy of Donald Trump and the Republicans, in spite of the Democrats. I mean, and that's a pretty darn good thing. I mean, let's go through some of this. Let me pull this up. This is from Fox News Channel. By the way, those of you watching on the stream where you see the green wall behind me, the green screen actually in the color green, if you hop over to my other stream, you can hear the audio sound bites and see the videos that I play. On the stream with just the green behind me, you can see and hear me, obviously. You can hear the callers as they call in. But to hear the audio sound bites, you'll have to go to the other stream and to see the videos. This is Fox News talking about this ICE operation in Chicago.
So the surge has begun. You can see the new ICE.
Don't you like that? I like that. The surge. I like that they're calling that. Remember the surge was in Iraq? I like that they're calling it that.
So the surge has begun. You can see the new ICE vehicles on the streets here in Chicago. We're just outside the Cook County Courthouse, but that surge is part of the ICE-led Operation Midway Blitz that they say is in honor of a beautiful young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver back in January of this year. And
okay, so yeah, this ICE operation is named after this woman who was killed by an illegal in a drunk driving accident in Chicago. Every single one of these crimes that's committed by an illegal, where someone is victimized, sometimes, sadly, in this instance, their life is taken. These are all crimes that never should have happened. The way I always describe it is this: it's almost like Minority Report. You've seen the movie with Tom Cruise where they had those psychics that they could see crime before it happened. and they would go around and arrest people for crimes they had not yet committed but were going to happen. That's what it's like with these illegals. This woman who, this woman in Chicago who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver. He survived, of course. She was killed. The Democrats killed her. All these deaths, all these victims are victimized and killed because of the Democrats. The Democrat Party is basically an accessory to all of these crimes. Just like the Ukrainian refugee who was murdered on the train in North Carolina. The Democrats are responsible for that. The Democrat Party is an accessory to all of this.
The surge has begun. You can see the new ICE vehicles on the streets here in Chicago. We're just outside the Cook County Courthouse, but that surge is part of the ICE-led Operation Midway Blitz that they say is in honor of a beautiful young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver back in January of this year. And while we are getting reaction from Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who says that this blitz won't make Chicagoans safer.
How does it not make, Durbin, these Democrats, how does arresting these illegals not make people safer? If you grew up watching the old Westerns, right? Remember what the bank robbers and the train robbers would do when they were running from the posse? Where would they run to? They'd run to Mexico, set up a new life. Even Butch and Sundance went to Bolivia. Well, the opposite is true now under the Democrats. These criminals throughout the world, they come to America. They're undocumented. So it's like the witness protection program. They're undocumented, so their name is whatever they tell them it is. Their age is whatever they say it is, right? They get a whole new identity, courtesy of the Democrats, all these criminals from around the world. And what do? They reoffend because that's what criminals do. So how does it not make you safer rounding up all these illegal criminals? Of course it makes you safer.
Back in January of this year. And while we are getting reaction from Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who says that this blitz won't make Chicagoans safer, let me show you this video. Early this morning, I was out with one of ICE's teams, and we arrested this individual. His name is Juan Gaspar, and he is a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He has been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13. He was.
Oh my goodness. So he raped a child under the age of 13. And the Democrats are saying, the mayor of Chicago is saying, the governor of Illinois is saying that he should be out on the street still. This guy committed one of the worst crimes a man can commit. Why do the Democrats want to keep this guy back out on the streets? If you're new to the program, my name is Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. If you're watching live and you want to call me here live, you can do that. The number is pinned in the chat. Okay, I mean, this guy's a really bad guy. And this is who the mayor of Chicago, this is who Pritzker, the governor, want to keep out on the streets of Chicago.
Gaspar, and he is a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He has been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13. He was taken, as you can see here, without incident, but this is all part of the exact sort of violent criminal illegal alien that the ICE operations hope to bring in, apprehend, and ultimately deport. We were riding along with ICE's deputy director, Madison Sheehan. She talked a little bit about this operation to us, as well as what she has to say to the Democrats that are criticizing it. Listen.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. I mean, there's a lot of topics that are out there in the news, a lot of issues that there's partisan disagreement on. You know, I always disagree. The liberals are always wrong, but there are issues that are partisan, and then there are some universal issues that are 100% nonpartisan. One of the nonpartisan universal issues is that the child rapist should be locked up. Well, here's one walking the streets of Chicago. Donald Trump arrested him. While the governor of Illinois, the mayor of Chicago, the Democrats and the liberal fake news media want this guy to continue to walk the streets of Chicago. And their attitude to President Trump is, how dare you arrest these people? Isn't that what they're saying? Absolutely it is.
This is an opportunity for us to go into sanctuary cities and work against these sanctuary city policies and not let them deter ICE from being able to do our work, to go after the worst of the worst, just like the guy behind me who committed sexual assault against a minor. I mean, these criminal aliens have wreaked havoc on the American people for years, and that time is over. And even when we have pushback from Democrat leadership, that's not going to stop us. We're going to continue to go after the worst of the worst, just like somebody who committed sexual assault against a minor.
Yeah, exactly. Give me a break. What's the matter with you people? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Jim. I'm calling from Paducah, Kentucky.
Okay.
I was just listening to the show, and
yeah, here we go.
You're talking about how, you know, one of the things that's, you know, universally consistent among leftists and conservatives is the hatred of child rape, but yet you support a child rapist for president. So
no, in fact, what we found out this week, you know, and you know, which you obviously are not aware of, what we found out on Friday from the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, is that President Trump was an undercover FBI informant who was working undercover with the FBI to bring Jeffrey Epstein to justice. He was part of a deep cover team as a confidential informant. It's been widely reported. I'm sorry that you're behind in the news and don't know what's going on. Take care. I mean, you know, this is what you're dealing with here, right? Why are all these young guys obsessed with Jeffrey Epstein, by the way? Anyone have any ideas about? Have you noticed that? There's a lot of young guys that are obsessed over Jeffrey Epstein. I don't quite get it. Or maybe I do. I don't know. But they're obviously not up to date on the latest news. You know, President Trump has done so much good. But one of the things he's done is he has stopped, arrested, and prevented more sex crimes than any other person who's ever lived. Not just through operations like this Blitz operation going on in Chicago right now. When he shut down the border, what happened? Right? All those women and girls that were traveling up that long way to the U.S. border that were being sexually assaulted along the way, that stopped because that passageway has stopped. That caravan of people has stopped. The sex trafficking that was going on across the border, he stopped that too. And here we have live on Fox News yesterday afternoon, he arrested a sex offender. You know, and a guy like that was arrested continues to offend. They never stop. So he may have been picked up on this charge of victimizing this young girl under the age of 13 years ago. But I promise you, this monster's been doing it ever since. These guys never stop. So, you know, all of you weirdos and perverts and gamers and trolls, all claiming to be from Kentucky or wherever the heck you're from, if you truly are concerned about women and children being victimized by perverts, there's never been a man who's lived that stopped more of those crimes than Donald Trump. Just based, and there's other examples that he's done too, but just on the few things I just mentioned, no one has ever done something on such a grand scale before, prior to Donald Trump. And he's doing it in spite of all these haters and Democrats constantly trying to get him to stop doing what it is that he's doing. And this is it. I mean, you know, that's it. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Once, twice. All right, you missed out. No, he said hello as my finger hit the screen. Look at that. Let me pull this up. This is CNN, they're talking about the ICE crackdown in Chicago.
I know that the mayor of Boston has suggested there might be a
I'm sorry.
lawsuit seeking to stop some of
I
what...
apologize. The other ICE operation in Boston is what they're talking about in this clip, not Chicago.
I know that the mayor of Boston has suggested there might be a lawsuit seeking to stop some of what ICE is doing, but there's really nothing that state and local authorities can do legally to prevent a federal law enforcement agent like ICE from doing its business. ICE, like the FBI or ATF or DEA, has essentially nationwide jurisdiction, and there's no legal way that the mayor of Boston, for example, can stop ICE from coming into Boston and making immigration arrests any more than they could stop DEA from coming into Boston and making drug arrests. So I understand there's political issues here and issues about public safety, but legally, there's really very little that the locals can do.
Wow. I mean, what kind of mayor do they have in Boston that's trying to stop criminals from being picked up on the street? And remember, Tom Homan said over the weekend he's been looking through the ICE arrest reports. 70% of the people that they have picked up, illegal aliens, 70% of the illegals that ICE has picked up have criminal records already, not including their illegal status in the United States. That's incredibly high number. Really tells you what a dangerous group of people you have. If you are watching on my live stream where you see the green screen behind me, the green wall in green, if you want to hear and see the videos, sound bites, and articles that I share, jump over to my other stream and you can get the whole effects of the green screen over there. If you're watching on the stream with the green behind me, okay, the other stream you get all of the video and the audio. You'll see and hear me, and you'll hear the callers. But if you want to hear the audio sound bites, see the video, the articles, and everything, hop over to the other stream, and it's all there. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's me again.
No, it's one call per day, Kentucky. One call per day. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Joseph from Virginia.
Hey, Virginia. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just have a question.
Oh, here we go. Here's another one. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. With this new revelation that Trump was a special informant to bring down Epstein and his sex trafficking ring, I'm just curious, how can it be true that he was an informant to bring down the ring, but the whole Epstein thing is also a Democrat hoax?
He didn't say that the incidents around Epstein were a hoax. He was talking about what the Democrats are doing now. He says what's the hoax is they're trying to create an ongoing issue with it today and imply that he had some actions in doing terrible things. That's the hoax. He's not saying that the whole Epstein affair was an hoax. He was working as an FBI informant to bring him to justice. You know, but you're not stupid. You knew that. You just hate Trump. Why don't you just say, why don't you just call in and say you're a soy boy, you hate Trump, and tell me why you hate Trump as opposed to trying to take some high moral stand when you're not.
What's the matter with you? Why are you having such an attitude? I'm asking you an honest
No,
question.
because you're pretending to be stupid. I've talked to you for a few seconds here. You're not some brain-dead gamer. You've got some brain cells. You're pretending to be stupid. You know what he means when he says it was a hoax. You have the ability to reason and take in information and everything. You know exactly what he meant.
Well, how is it a Democrat hoax?
Tell me, he didn't. I just explained it to you, stupid. Tell me why you really hate Trump. Tell me why you really hate Trump.
He ran.
Excuse me. Tell me why you really hate Trump. All right, thank you for the call. You know, if you've got an issue with Trump, that's cool, but be honest about it. Oh my goodness. You really got to wonder why are so many. You agree with what I said about that guy? The first guy is just some brain dead loser gamer kid. That guy there is a grown man who knows exactly what President Trump meant when he said hoax. He meant what the Democrats are trying to do today is a hoax. There's no ongoing scandal. Remember, Epstein was arrested by the Trump administration. Not only, I mean, think about that. They seem to leave that out. And it just, they're going to try to ignore everything. See, the hoax, this is part of the hoax that President Trump's talking about. No matter what you're talking about that Trump does, inject Epstein into it. That's the hoax, right? You guys get that? If you're new to my channel, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. And anytime I'm live streaming in one of my studios, I was at the radio station today. Today I'm in my studio. I take live calls. The number is toll-free, and it is pinned in the live chat. All right? Okay, let's go. Oh, hit the wrong button there. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My channel. My name is Brian.
Yeah, Brian, this is Nick out of Baltimore.
Oh, hey, Nick. What's up?
You know, it's amazing how these people who are calling, the ones I've heard so far, they sound like they're programmed.
Yeah.
I'm literally in pain listening to what these people have done, these crimes that have been committed. I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach.
Mm-hmm.
The incident in Charlotte, there was a woman who was thrown over a bridge here in Maryland. It's all over the place. I mean, you know, people getting set on the fire in New York City at a subway.
You saw the woman who was killed walking her dog in the park?
No.
Yeah, there's a new one.
One?
Yeah, a new one. Yeah. Yeah, and it seems to be there's so many, Nick. I can't remember exactly the location of that one. I'm going to go over that story later, but it seems to me that there's an epidemic of racial hate crimes against white people, in particular white women, going on. You know, that Ukrainian nothing could convince me that the Ukrainian refugee on the train in Charlotte, North Carolina, that wasn't a racially motivated hate crime.
Oh no, it was racially motivated. The guy was insane. And the fact of the matter is that damn judge down there, excuse my language, let that guy out.
That's right.
You know, while they were deciding whether to put him in treatment or something, I forget how it is. But they, you know, while they were deciding, they let this guy out. I mean, this guy had 14 prior arrests or situations. I mean, what's sense to this?
And this was the judges in those cases. He was arrested 14 times. This was his 15th. Those judges are accessories to his murder, as far as I'm concerned.
They are. The blood's on their hands.
Yeah.
And you know what else, Brian? And again, I'm going to get back to the media. The media perpetuates this stuff. They're part of it. And I'm talking about the left-wing media, the mainstream media.
Yeah. Not
the alternative media, which you are, and the other people we listen to and watch.
Yeah.
But I mean, the alternative media is not responsible for this, but ABC, NBC, CBS, NPR, PBS, the newspapers.
Well, a lot of these racially motivated hate crimes, the black on white, like the Ukrainian girl on the train, you know, these are people whose minds have been brainwashed by the Democrats, by the left, by the media. They feel almost entitled to act out against white people.
Yeah, exactly. And Brian, did you hear Brian Stelter?
Yeah, I'm going to play that later on the program. Yeah, he's upset that people talked about the train story, not that she was actually murdered. Yeah.
How do they bring him back? How do they bring this absolute failure? I call him Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah.
How do they bring him back? I mean, and he's making a racial issue out of it, meaning that it's because the girl was white. That's why we're pushing this. No, we're not pushing it. It happened. It happened, and all these other incidents happened, and Trump is trying to stop it. He's trying to clean it up, and he's going to clean it up, regardless. You heard Christine.
Well, I think about it. You know, the media. The media didn't cover that. Now they're covering it because they were embarrassed by conservatives like me that have been covering it. But the reason they don't cover it is they don't want to portray a negative image of African Americans. That's why, just like that Minneapolis shootings disappeared from the news because it was a trans killer who targeted Christians. They don't want to. They don't want to promote something. They view it would negatively stereotype blacks and transgender people, right? Remember after the shooting in Minneapolis, they were defending trans people like they were the victims.
Yeah. How about the Nashville incident? Way
Exactly.
back then. The
Exactly.
same kind of thing. It doesn't fit the narrative, and what it is you see the proof of the pudding is look at Washington D.C. Look at all the black people who have said, "Hey, we're happy that Trump is doing what he's doing,"
including Mayor Bowser of D.C.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out, though, I hear from a lot of these young guys that are obsessed with Epstein. What's that about? Why are so many young men, when I say young men, I'm talking about under 30s, why are they so obsessed with that?
Because they're programmed, they don't know anything, and they just hate Trump. You nailed it. You nailed it right, bullseye right there. They hate Trump. And they're always going to bring up Epstein. Well, all that stuff's coming out too. But the truth of the matter is, President Trump had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein when he found out.
Other than bringing him to justice. I mean, he turned it. He found out about him. He threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. President Trump turned him into the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department. Then he worked undercover as an informant to bring him to justice with the FBI. And if you guys haven't noticed, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested during Trump's first term. So he arrested him when he was president. I mean, what else do you want?
and the mainstream media, again, is not covering that.
No, not in that way. Hey, Nick, it's good to talk to you. I appreciate the call. All right, take care.
Thanks.
And I want to tell you guys, thanks for your support of the program. And if you're new, make sure you subscribe. And if you'd like to help out the program, there's a lot of things you can do. And one of them is not just to like the video, do that. Please like the video and subscribe. But if you could take this program, take the link and share it on all of your socials and help me grow this audience and this program and this channel. And I'd greatly appreciate that, and it's a great way that you all can help. All right, let's take some more calls. Okay. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Andy from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
Hey, I just want to make two quick corrections. I don't know if you caught it, but Mike Johnson retracted his statement.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Claim.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he
no,
did.
he didn't. In fact, I've got it right. Excuse me. No, first, no, I've got the. Excuse me. No, he did not. I'm gonna share what was said now, with you in just a moment. So I know. Excuse me. You're from North Carolina. People in the South have manners. Okay, let's hear some Southern hospitality. Okay, I'm in Florida. You're in North Carolina. Let's see some Southern hospitality instead of rudeness. So I understand that the media are reporting that Mike Johnson, who said on Friday Trump was an FBI informant working undercover to bring down Epstein, the media are saying he retracted that story. Really? What did he say, and when did he say it? Hello, McFly. No. You said that Mike Johnson retracted the story. What did he say?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He retracted his statement. What did he say? What did you hear him say? And by the way,
not by the way. Hey, excuse me, pod person, sheeple. He didn't retract it.
He was not.
He didn't retract it.
Convicted by the
he
Trump
did not.
administration.
Excuse me. He did not retract
he was
it.
Not convicted
Excuse
by the Trump
me.
administration.
Excuse me.
Excuse
me. He did not retract it.
New York.
I've got the story. I've got the story here. His office.
Sorry. You got corrected. Bye.
No, he did not. He did not retract it. Listen, you'll learn something. I know learning. Oh, he hung up. He hung up because he doesn't want to hear the truth. I'm going to pull this up. You guys on YouTube can watch this. Mike Johnson on Friday said that Donald Trump was an FBI informant working to bring down Epstein, right? The media are saying he retracted the statement. That's completely 100% false. Listen to this. The Washington Post, which is a CIA operation, right? They have a printed statement from Mike Johnson's office that says this. The speaker is reiterating what the victim's attorney said, which is that Donald Trump who kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, was the only one more than a decade ago willing to help prosecutors expose Epstein for being a disgusting child predator. Where's the retraction about the FBI informant? Where is it? It did not happen. This is fake news that's being created, and a bunch of dumbasses like that guy, who I don't believe was in Charlotte. He had to pause before he said that. He thinks it gives him credibility because the Ukrainian girl's from there. Okay? A bunch of sheeple are going around repeating that. Mike Johnson didn't retract anything. In fact, this statement that they're saying is his retraction wasn't even a statement from him. It was somebody at his office, according to the Washington Post, the Woodward and Bernstein newspaper. And even in the statement they released, they didn't take back that FBI informant comment. Didn't happen. Fake news. It's right there. And by the way, the source I'm sharing it from you is in two liberal sources, the Washington Post and Mediaite, both liberals. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'd like to be on the interview.
You're on the air. Go ahead.
I'd like to hear more from the last caller.
Well, good luck with that. Take care. Oh, my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Robbie from Fort Lucy.
Okay, go ahead. Nope, he hung up on himself too. I tell you, these soy boys out there, they're not doing well today. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right, you take care. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Andy from Charlotte. I think I wanted to hear more from me.
Yeah, well, you can call him on his YouTube channel.
Oh, are you afraid of the truth?
No, you hung up. I was talking to you and you hung up because you're a coward. But I got to run. Take care. Oh, my goodness. He wanted to hear more from me. Call him on his YouTube channel. Oh, he doesn't have a YouTube channel? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to support everything I do, all my content, go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout. There's a link in the description of the video. With my promo code Kane at checkout, you can save big. In fact, you can save up to 80% off of top MyPillow products. You can use my promo code Kane, K-A-N-E, at checkout on all the specials at mypillow.com. And I have most everything. I have the Percale sheets, the premium MyPillows, the Giza Dream sheets, the coffee, the energy drinks, the mattress toppers. I have a MyPillow mattress. I mean, I've got all these things. The MyPillow towels. Oh my goodness, the towels are back. They were out of the MyPillow towels. The MyPillow towels were out of stock. They are back in stock, just $39.98 with my promo code Kane at checkout. Holy smokes, the 6-piece MyPillow towel set. Mike Lindell's office called me a couple weeks ago. They said the towels are going to be back soon, Brian. Keep your eye out. And boom. There it is. The MyPillow towels are back. They've been out of stock for quite some time, and they're $30 off with my promo code Kane at checkout. Plus, the free shipping offer is still in place. That's pretty awesome. So go to mypillow.com. The link is in the description of the video. Use my promo code Kane and load up. Those towels are going to be selling like crazy because of the great price, and they've been out of stock for a while. Oh my goodness, that's great. Oh, okay, so if you're on hold, hang in there. We are going to be switching over to the radio station in a couple of minutes. And I'll go back to the calls after the radio show starts. But, here's a common theme. If you've noticed, and it's not new with Trump. The Democrats have always been this way. You notice how the Democrats, they like to say we are in a cult, which is absurd. But they have all these opinions. You bring out the reason, like this thing that the caller said that Mike Johnson retracted his statement about Trump. Nothing could be further from the truth. I pulled up this statement that wasn't even Johnson. It was in the Washington Post claiming to have a statement from his office, just like they had that birthday card at the New York Times that Trump had signed, right? That's been debunked. And even in the statement from Johnson's office, it wasn't from him. He didn't retract it. And even after I share that with them, they still want to stick with that he retracted his statement. Because why? Because they're sickos. I can't take a call while we're doing the switch over to the radio station, just in case they click us on by mistake. So if you're on hold, hang in there, and we will go back to the calls after the radio show starts, which will be in about 4 or 5 minutes. And I'm going to recap some of the things we talked about for the radio audience as well. But if you're new, my name is Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure that you subscribe to the program. All right, guys? Oh, yeah, we got Brian Stelter. We're going to get to him. I've got so much to cover. Let me see. Where am I going to... Yeah, we got that. I'm queuing up a couple things that I want to get to when we start after the top of the hour. Yes. Oh, yes. I'll go over that. All right. Hang in there, guys, if you're on hold. Oh, boy. We'll get to the calls after the radio show starts. Which will be in about 4 or 5 minutes. Okay, just heard from the radio station. And we will be live in about 90 seconds. Less than 90 seconds, we'll be live. Hey, Haku. This is my daughter's cat, Haku. Hey, Haku, what's up, man? Really? Come here, bud. What's up? Okay, what do you want? I'll be right back, guys. Take care of Haku here. What do you want, Haku? Oh, okay. I only got a minute. All right. 20 seconds. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. This is Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. And man, oh man, we're having a great time. And, you know, I've expanded the program to a 4-hour show. So when we go live on the air here at the top of the hour on the radio, I've been on the air already for about 45 minutes taking calls, and we've heard from some doozies. If you're on hold, stand by. This incredible ICE operation that President Trump has launched in Chicago is just an amazing thing, you know, and the crime in Chicago is out of control. It is literally the wild, wild west, although it's worse than the wild, wild west, because in those towns in the Wild West where they're having all those problems, there was always a famous lawman or something around, right? Exactly. Wyatt Earp and the Earp brothers, or Bat Masterson, or someone. And Wyatt Earp and Bat Masterson is Donald Trump. And he's cleaning up the wild, wild west of these blue cities around America. And, you know, Chicago is a city that has just had nothing but crime forever and ever. Everyone talks about it. Everyone knows about it. No one's done anything about it. Their government has become a non-functioning government. And I would argue that Chicago is an anarchy, because the first duty of government at every level, from local to federal, is to protect its citizens, and Chicago has failed for decades. So President Trump has gone in with ICE. And, you know, Chicago's crime problem is about 60-40 divided between black gangs and thugs and Hispanic gangs and thugs. And they're going in with ICE, and these, the Hispanic criminals, it's organized crime by Trinda and the MS-13ers. They're going in with ICE, and they're picking up these guys, some pretty bad people. So the cleanup of Chicago has begun in spite of the mayor of Chicago and in spite of the governor of Illinois. It's happening right now. And yesterday, I want to play this audio. This is Fox News yesterday. Fox News was embedded with ICE. This really reminds me of the days when, we had the media was embedded with all the soldiers and Marines and Operation Iraqi Freedom and Afghanistan. Remember all that? So Fox News is embedded with ICE teams in Boston and Chicago. This is Fox News with ICE in Chicago right there as they do a takedown on an illegal. Let me pull this up. Hold on. There we go. All right, here we go.
The surge has begun. You can see the new ICE vehicles on the streets here in Chicago. We're just outside the Cook County Courthouse, but that surge is part of the ICE-led Operation Midway Blitz that they say is in honor of a beautiful young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver.
There you have it. I mean, Katie Abraham. I don't know who she is. I know who she is now. She was an American girl who's dead because of the Democrats. Killed by an illegal drunk driver. And I'm sure he's alive and well. The drunks typically survive those things.
Back in January of this year. And while we are getting reaction from Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who says that this blitz won't make Chicagoans safer, let me show you this video. Early this morning, I was out with one of ICE's teams, and we arrested this individual. His name is Juan Gaspar, and he is a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He has been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13.
Wow. This is your constituent? This person is who the governor of Illinois, the mayor of Chicago, and the Democrats are fighting for? He's a child rapist. And he was arrested and has this conviction from years ago. These guys never stop offending. The only thing that stops them from offending is when they're in prison. That's true with all sex offenders. President Trump has taken more sex offenders off the streets than any other man who's ever lived in this world. Let me rewind. We'll play the rest of the story.
Who says that this blitz won't make Chicagoans safer. Let me show you this video. Early this morning, I was out with one of ICE's teams, and we arrested this individual. His name is Juan Gaspar, and he is a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He has been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13.
How is a guy convicted of that crime, which is it's the worst crime you can commit short of murder? How is he walking free in America? He was convicted in, I wanted to make sure it wasn't 04. That's why I rewound it. It was last year. Why is a man, an illegal alien, convicted of raping a child under the age of 13 last year? Why is he out on free on the streets of America? How is he free? You know how? You know why? Democrats. That's how. That's why.
Was taken, as you can see here, without incident, but this is all part of the exact sort of violent criminal illegal alien that the ICE operations hope to bring in, apprehend, and ultimately deport. We were riding along with ICE's Deputy Director, Madison Sheehan. She talked a little bit about this operation to us, as well as what she has to say to the Democrats that are criticizing it. Listen.
This is an opportunity for us to go into sanctuary cities and work against these sanctuary city policies and not let them deter ICE from being able to do our work, to go after the worst of the worst, just like the guy behind me who committed sexual assault against a minor. I mean, these criminal aliens have wreaked havoc on the American people for years, and that time is over. And even when we have pushback from Democrat leadership, that's not going to stop us. We're going to continue to go after the worst of the worst, just like somebody who committed sexual assault against a minor.
Yeah, that's crazy. Last year, he's convicted. So this isn't alleged. He is convicted of this. So he's been through the system. He got his due process. And due to some perversion of some Democrat in the court system somewhere, he was walking free on the streets of Chicago until Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, and Tom Homan picked him up. And he's in jail now. What do you think the chances are that this animal has not victimized other children since this conviction and he's been free? If he hasn't, it'd be a miracle, but you know he's been on the hunt if he hasn't. This is what you're defending. You know, it's so strange that the hatred that these people have for Donald Trump has reached to such a level that they're upset that a child rapist has been apprehended by President Trump. I know they like to say the great Democrat Party. It never was great, okay? It's an insurrectionist party. You know, the party of the slaves, owners, the party of the Confederacy, the party of Jim Crow. These are all Democrats. The Tuskegee experiments, everything. Anything Democrats want this country to apologize for was brought to you by the Democrats. That's a fact. And now look what they're doing. They're actively trying to stop President Trump from bringing in the worst of the worst criminals. That's like that child that he was convicted of raping will forever be damaged. They'll never be right. But the Democrats, well, they view that as a constituent of theirs. Now, if you're on hold, you hang in there. I'd like to hear your thoughts and your opinions. The number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. I've got a big announcement from Mike Lindell. I just stumbled across this by accident about 20 minutes ago. Big announcement from Mike Lindell at MyPillow. The MyPillow 6-piece towel sets are back in stock. They've been out of stock for a while. They're the best towels you've ever had. I tell you, when I first saw Mike Lindell on television talking about the MyPillow towels, he said, towels that actually work. What a concept. And I didn't really know what he meant by that until I had the towels myself. And when you dry off with a MyPillow towel, you are dried off. Okay? All the other towels you've ever had, all they do is spread the water around your body. You get out of the shower, you get out of the tub, you're cold, that's the water evaporating on you. You grab that MyPillow towel, you won't be cold when you get out of the shower, when you get out of the tub, because you will be bone dry. These towels are great, and they're $30 off. The MyPillow 6-piece towel set is just $39.98 with our promo code KANE at checkout, KANE. The normal price is $69.98, so they're $30 off, and the free shipping offer is there as well. And they come in, let's see here, 4, 7, 10 different colors. Holy smokes. They've been out of the MyPillow towels for a long time. I was talking to Mike Lindell's assistant a couple weeks ago, and they told me we're going to have the towels back in soon, Brian. Just keep an eye out, and they are back. So go to MyPillow.com. Remember, you can use our promo code KANE at checkout on all the specials there. Load up on the MyPillow towel sets. These are the only towels I use in my house. Just $39.98, $30 off the 6-piece MyPillow towel set. And You get the free shipping offer there, too, with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane. We'll take our first break of this Tuesday morning and be right back. Welcome back, everyone. And if you're just tuning in today, remember, I've expanded the show to 4 hours. When I'm in this studio, okay, when I'm at the radio station, I go on early, but I can't stay late because the next show starts. But I'm here in my studio today. I started the show at about 20 after 5, so we're almost an hour into the show already, which is nice. Okay. All right. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. When we come back, I'll take some calls, and we'll hear from the president, too. We'll be back in less than a minute. Less than a minute, we'll be back. Yep, you're all welcome to call in if you have questions. I answer questions on the phones, not in the chat. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. On the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Callers on hold, you stand by. Our number is 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yo, man, my name is Ken, man. I'm out here in California.
All right, man. What's up, man?
I just had to ask a couple questions for you, man.
Yeah, man. What are you, high? What's with all the man? It's like every other word out of your mouth is man. Are you calling me from the 70s? The 1970s?
From what?
Oh my goodness. Yes, you.
Bro,
Yes. What's on your? What? All right. What's on your mind?
About the standing army that Trump is using against us.
I'm not aware of this. What army is being used when you say us? Who are you? Are you an American? What are you?
Oh yeah, I'm an American.
Oh,
definitely an American.
So how's the army a United States of American or a South American?
Brother, I live in the United States of America. Stop being funny.
Well, I'm curious. Where's this army against you?
He's using the National Guard against us, along with ICE agents.
Why would I against you? You said you're an Are you an American citizen?
Oh yeah, I'm an American citizen.
Why would ICE be after you?
Brother, I got detained by ICE the other day, and they didn't ask me for any. They were asking me for documentation.
You were okay. All right. First dump of the day. Oh my goodness. He was stopped by the police. How many of you have been stopped by the police? If you're on hold, stand by. I got to wait for the delay to re-engage. Oh my goodness. If they're using ICE against him, what did they do wrong? He said he was stopped. He's not in their custody. What did they do wrong? What did he do wrong? Why did he get pulled over? And if they detained him, detain isn't the same as just getting pulled over. How were his rights violated? He's a free man calling me, griping. All right. Oh, boy. Our number is 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. They should have brought out the drug-sniffing dog. You're on the air.
I got one question for you, boss. So if Trump was an informant for the FBI, doesn't that make him a deep state shill?
No.
How does that not?
I give you an example.
Because I saw all the people that were working for the FBI during January 6th were plants, and were all these people that were like against the government, but yet with the whole time Trump's working for the government.
No, he's not working. He's not
Make
working.
That shit work. Make that.
Well, for me to second dump of the day. Oh my goodness. You know, we almost have to do this show like in little quick sound bites when we talk to these liberals. You cannot use profanity, guys. Oh my goodness. Being an informant for the FBI is not working for the deep state. As an example, this is what I was going to ask that guy, but I had to let him go because his language. Have you ever called 911? You ever seen a crime and called 911? Or have you ever been a victim and called 911? Are you working for the police? Are you a cop? Or were you an informant? Exactly. You call 911 to inform them of a crime. That doesn't mean you are a cop. Oh my goodness. You know, I don't question the moon landing. I really don't. But sometimes I wonder, how did we send Americans to the moon and return them safely to the earth when I go to the phones and I'm talking to people from all over the United States and they're brain dead, different varying mental illnesses and such, but the quality of people in this country is pretty scary. Oh, man, if you're on hold, hang in there. I'll get to some more calls in just a little bit. President Trump, this is President Trump yesterday.
I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic, just got up and started. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country.
Okay. So this poor Ukrainian refugee girl who was murdered in Charlotte, North Carolina on the train. Why and how did that happen, and who's responsible? Well, of course, the killer's responsible for his actions. But people have done some things to put him in a position to do something so terrible. Why is she dead in such a brutal way? This poor girl, 22, 23, worked at a pizza parlor. You know, they show this image of her that's like from her Instagram where she looks like a Ukrainian model, beautiful girl, but she wasn't a model. She did something that a lot of Gen Z don't do. She actually had a job. And she worked at a pizza parlor. She wasn't a model. Not that that would make it okay, but she was a hardworking girl. And someone told me today that she had worked a double shift. Oh, my goodness. Where she was working for something, maybe just to pay rent, I don't know, or saving up for a car. Do you believe that that was a racially motivated hate crime? Do you believe that he killed her because she was white? I do. I think he was triggered by her being white. And you know, not only was she a Ukrainian refugee, which the liberals, the Democrats, claim to celebrate and want to protect, even though they've been ignoring this story, she was a liberal. She had a Black Lives Matter poster on her wall at home, I saw in the news yesterday. So there she got a couple boxes there. She's a Ukrainian refugee, and she supports BLM. Was a white liberal. And the white liberals don't want to do anything to help remember her or to stop others like her from being killed. But she is dead today because of Democrats, liberal judges. Liberal judges. This guy was arrested 14 times. The arrest for her murder was his 15th arrest. Democrat judges let a very violent man free to kill. So why did he get involved in a racially motivated? I mean, he was just triggered by her whiteness. He saw that white girl there. He couldn't control himself. He killed her. You know why? Liberals. Liberals. Liberal media have spread such terrible, this whole critical race theory, the Joy Reids of our society, right? Their critical race theory, which is just some made-up crap that they're trying to craft into some type of social science. It's just racism. They say that all white people not only are racist, but they're born racist, that an innocent baby just out of the womb is racist. They say out of the womb because they don't want to acknowledge there's a life inside the womb. So they have been spreading such terrible negative stereotypes about white people that monsters like this guy feel justified in killing a white person. Just like the trans killers that have gone into two schools and killed Christian children. Nashville, the one in Minneapolis. They've been riled up by the left to believe that Christians are out to hurt them, that they're transphobic, that they're trying to limit their rights. Nothing could be further from the truth. And even if they were, how would little baby children be responsible? So, these incidents are happening because of these negative, hateful stereotypes that are being promoted by Democrats. That is a fact. It is a fact. All of you Democrats are responsible for the train killing, the Minneapolis shooting, the Nashville incident, and many more. The Democrats are monsters. Now, when we get back from our bottom of the hour break, I have some things I'm going to share with you. A lot of it's very disturbing, but we're going to share it. But first, I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas. I'm not into risking money. I don't like the stock market. I'm not telling you not to invest in the stock market. I'm not a financial advisor. That's Joe Thomas. Okay, you talk to him. But I like annuities, and Joe Thomas has a specialty in annuities. And the reason I like annuities is because your money is never at risk. Your money is never at risk. No matter what happens in the market, no matter what happens in the economy, your nest egg is safe. And you generate a revenue stream each and every month for the rest of your life in your retirement. That's pretty darn good. It's risk-free, and you've got a revenue stream. And by the way, you can leave that annuity to your kids when you pass on, or your grandkids, or it's also there for your surviving spouse. Joe Thomas offers free phone consultations, which you can take advantage of no matter where you are. If you're not in town and you're around the country somewhere, you can take advantage of the free phone consultation over the phone or through Zoom. If you want, in your local, you can do that too. But you can also go and see him in person. Here's his number, 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. And online, jupiterjoe.com. We'll be right back. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. Let's see. Queuing some things up for the next segment. If you are 65 years of age or older or turning 65 soon, call Chapter. Speak to a live agent, no matter where you are in the United States, no matter which of the 50 states you're in. Talk to them about your Medicare. Chapter, it's always free when you call. There's no catches, no gimmicks. The average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. Millions of seniors aren't even getting their full Medicare benefits. They'll review your policy, make sure you're getting all the benefits that you're entitled to, and that you're not paying too much money. And it's completely free. I'm going to give you the number. The number is also in the description of the video. Give Chapter a call. Remember, they cover all 50 states, which means they have access to all the Medicare policies that are out there. There's over 24,000 of them. They have access to all of them. 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. The number is also in the description of the video. Give them a call. Speak to a live agent, no matter where you are in the United States. We'll be back shortly, guys. If you're on hold, hang in there. One minute, we'll be back. We are back. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest running radio show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian, this is Steve from Boca.
Hey, Steve. All right, Steve. What's on your mind?
Okay. I'll tell you who's just as responsible for the death of this poor girl. Roger Goodell in the NFL. I'm a huge football fan. I've been watching football for 50 years. I can't take the fact that in the end zone it says, end racism. And on the back of the helmets it says, stop hate.
Really?
And how many millions of people,
Wow.
how many millions of people watch football games and see this?
Wow.
And Roger Goodell has created a problem that doesn't exist.
Wow.
He's telling everybody that there's racism in the United States and we have to sing the black
Well,
national
to be
anthem
more
before the
more
Americans.
specific, what he's saying is that white people are racist and black people, you're entitled to hate them because they're all racist. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what I was talking about. The left are spreading these god-awful negative stereotypes that are causing these incidents. And that nothing could convince me that was anything other than a racial hate crime on the train in Charlotte. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yes. In fact, I heard, and I don't know if it's true or not, that he said something to the effect of, I killed a white person.
Oh, my God. I haven't heard that.
I don't know if it's true or not, and I don't want to say definitively it's true.
No, I've not heard that.
But that's what I heard. But
no.
regardless, Roger Goodell is getting a pass. And I'm telling you,
I got to tell you,
there's
there's something wrong with that man. The NFL does weird
You're
things
so right.
like the pink uniforms for the breast. There's something not just off. He's married to Jane Skinner, who years ago was on Fox News Channel. But something is off with that man. Yeah, Jane Skinner.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, she used to be on Fox.
Yeah, it's all about the money. It's all about the money and the woke and everything else. But
something's off in his mind's not right. There's something off. Hey, I appreciate the call. Take care. Yeah, that's part of the problem. Big part. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
Calling from Sheboygan. Calling from Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Oh, you're too far away from the phone. You got to put your mouth up to the receiver.
Calling from Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
All right, Wisconsin, what's on your mind?
What is your opinion on the Cracker Barrel situation?
Be more specific. What Cracker Barrel situation are you referring to?
Okay. There are a lot of people upset about the rebranding.
Oh, no, they have stopped. They are no longer rebranding. They have reversed that, Cracker Barrel. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, they announced.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm happy with Cracker Barrel.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, that's fine. But see, here's the thing. There was a shareholders meeting a few months back. And what happened is that they're starting to realize that they're catering to an older crowd and try to bring in a more younger crowd in the more percentage range. They have over 60% of people who are over the age of 50 to 64. That's their demographic. So what's happening is that in the 5-year trend, they're actually losing money.
Well, not anymore, because what happened is this, okay? They had this woke liberal CEO, this lady. She used to run Starbucks in China. And they have this woke lunatic woman who did this rebranding strategy, okay? There was a big outrage over it for good reason. And they totally reversed it. And in the course of that, Cracker Barrel got hundreds of millions of dollars in free publicity. And people are going to start, out of the respect for them, they apologized and reversed the decision. People are going back to Cracker Barrel, so their business is picking up. It worked out very well. They got all that free publicity.
Do you believe that in another 5 years, if they don't continue existing to their shareholders, see, they're a public trading company.
Why do you think? Do you know why they're called Cracker Barrel?
That doesn't matter to me.
No, tell me. Do you know? No. I didn't ask you what matters. Do you know why they're called?
I don't care.
Well, listen. No, I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. You get listen. You get your show. And you can talk about what you want. So you don't know. It's hey. Listen. It's okay not to know. It's okay not to know something. Excuse me. You're on hold. You're a madman. This is like the guy on the train. Listen to this guy. You know? Oh, he hung up. See, this is what I'm talking about, okay? With the caller from Boca who talked about the NFL with this in racism and how this train incident was a racially inspired hate crime. Many African Americans have all these negative racial stereotypes of things because they've been lied to by the Democrats and the media. And he believes somehow that Cracker Barrel's racist. Now, he doesn't know why, right? He doesn't know why, but he just thinks they're racist. And he thinks that this Cracker Barrel needs to rebrand because they're racist. Now, he doesn't know why, why they're racist in his mind. He just knows that they are. And the reality is they're not racist. And there's so many people out there who think that it's called Cracker Barrel because the overseer's whip made a crack. No, it's called Cracker Barrel because they used to have crackers in barrels long ago at gas stations. It first started as a gas station, like convenience store kind of thing, Cracker Barrel. They had soda crackers in barrels, and that's why they got the name. But there were liberal blacks in this country have been brainwashed to hate our country, think everything's racist, and to hate white people, and believe that they're victims of all these things that don't exist, right? There's nothing racist about Cracker Barrel. Their business may have been down. One of the reasons Cracker Barrel's business is down over the past few years is their business model is not a regular restaurant where you go, let's go out and have dinner at Cracker Barrel. It's basically a rest stop off the interstate highways of America is Cracker Barrel. That's their core business. And what's happened over the years is a couple of things. Where the Cracker Barrels are located, usually a Cracker Barrel will go and opened up locations off of exits where there was nothing else, off of I-95. But what's happened over the years is other businesses have moved in around them that have drive-throughs. So people get off the road and They're in a hurry. They don't want to go and have a sit-down meal. Cracker Barrels are like rest stops. They want to go through the drive-through of whatever opened up in the strip center next to the Cracker Barrel. That's what happened. And it hit their business. Now, Cracker Barrel got hundreds of millions of dollars in free publicity over this incident, and people are going back to Cracker Barrel. In fact, the whole incident may have been crafted as a brilliant marketing strategy to get free publicity, because they corrected so quickly and they apologized. They apologized for the rebranding and announced they 100% reversed it. I've never seen a company move so quick. But that guy there, he hung up. I did not hang up on him. I want to be clear about that. He thinks they're racist. And notice we're talking about this. I was talking about what I believe is a racially motivated crime. The Ukrainian girl who was murdered on the train, and he immediately and notice what he did. He immediately tries to justify that by talking about Cracker Barrel, because he thinks that everybody just agrees they're racist, which they're the opposite of that. Now, this Ukrainian girl has finally made the mainstream media yesterday because conservatives like me had been talking about it. And CNN brought back Brian Stelter, who they fired because the audience didn't like him. They brought him back. Listen to Brian Stelter's analysis of the Ukrainian refugees' murder on the train.
Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime.
Exactly. That's how things get done. Remember your civil rights movement. This is a symbol of big city blue crime because they have no bail and Democrat judges are letting violent criminals free. Like that guy I was sharing at the top of the hour was convicted of raping a child under the age of 13 last year, but he's walking around free in Chicago. Well, he was until Trump arrested him yesterday with the ICE operation in Chicago. All right, back to Brian Stelter.
Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime. We heard President Trump asked about it yesterday when he was heading home from New York City. He didn't seem to know much about it. He said he would get briefed, and then today, Trump did know all about it. That's exactly what has happened here. This story has trickled up from local news to social media and now to the president's attention.
That's how it happens. When Rosa Parks got arrested, it was not a national story. First, it was a local story. That's what happens. Something happens somewhere. It's a local story. And then hopefully, if it's important, it becomes a national story. Brian Stelter's acting like that the way the news operation works, that there's something, if it's not a national story right away, it's a fake story.
All about it. That's exactly what has happened here. This story has trickled up from local news to social media and now to the president's attention. And it's being used, as you said, Brianna, as a political symbol, with MAGA media calling for more forceful punishments and more incarceration. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans because
Notice all he's concerned about, stoking racism. A black man, for no reason at all, killed a white girl on a bus moments after she sat down in front of him. Who's stoking racism? Their stoking of racism is what drove him to take out that pocket knife and do this evil thing. Notice he's not even angry at the killer. He's upset that conservatives made this a national story to interfere with his left-wing lunatic agenda. If you think he's a jerk, you should see his wife. She's nastier than Brian Stelter.
And more incarceration. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans because this man attacked a white woman.
Really? Why should you be fearful? It's not like someone sitting behind you on a train is going to stab you in the neck and kill you. Oh, it happened? What an idiot.
and more incarceration. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans because this man attacked a white woman. The open racism on sites like X today, it's eye-popping, but there are also legitimate questions.
Well, give us some examples of the racism, Brian Stelter.
About this so-called career criminal, someone who has...
So-called career criminal. He's been arrested 14 times. This was his 15th time with this murder. What do you mean so-called career criminal? If you've been arrested 15 times, I think it's fair to say you are a career criminal, Brian Stelter.
Racism on sites like X today, it's eye-popping, but there are also legitimate questions about this so-called career criminal, someone who had been a repeat offender. And those questions, I hope they're not lost amid all of the cesspool kind of comments on social media.
Wow, he doesn't even have a negative thing to say about. He's defending the killer. And by the way, he's not an alleged murderer because it's videotaped. We have the video from the train. So he is a killer. It's not alleged, Brian Stelter. Oh, man, yesterday afternoon, it was raining cats and dogs at my house. I love the rainy season. Don't you guys? I love it. However, if you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, Floridians, you've got a leak in your roof. And that means you want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. You know, that wet spot on your ceiling, which might be the size of a quarter, that means you got a leak in your roof, okay? And that leak is bigger than that wet spot on your ceiling would indicate, because the water, before it gets to your ceiling, it's got to eat through the roof, right? The wood in the roof. It's got to go through your shingle, your tile, your roofing material, then through the wood in your roof and all of that. Then you've got insulation in your attic. It's got to soak through all of that. I remember years ago, I had a wet spot on my ceiling. I went up in the attic. On top of my insulation, there was a pool of water. Probably was a couple of gallons of water. I couldn't believe it. I was in shock. So if you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, you've got a leak in your roof, call Tom Laporta. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. He works on every type of structure, residential, commercial, even municipal. He can handle the job of any size. If it's one single-family home, one office building, one apartment building, or an HOA with 450 units or more, he can handle that job as well. This number rings directly to Tom Laporta's cell phone. You can call or text 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. And online, LaportaRoofing.com. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, stand by. Welcome, everyone. We will be back shortly. And don't forget, if you'd like to support my content, go to mypillow.com. Use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane. The MyPillow towels are back, and they're $30 off. They've been out of stock for a while. The free shipping offer is there as well with my promo code Kane at checkout. And you get the 6-piece towel set for just $39.98. $30 off with my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane. Those of you that are watching with the green behind me, when you actually see the green screen, if you jump over to my other screen, you get to you get the effects of the green screen. You get to see the websites, the articles, the videos, and hear the sound bites that I play. All right, but you got to hop over there for that. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show. I over the weekend, I did something which I'm glad I did. It was early in the morning. I can't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday. It was either Saturday or Sunday morning. I saw in the news that Zohan Mamdani had been at a speaking engagement with Bernie Sanders. And we've been talking so much about Zohan, I thought that I would go and watch the speech. It had happened the night before. So I don't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday morning. It is Tuesday already, by the way. And I watched his entire speech. And I'm glad I did. And I'm going to play you a couple clips of Zohan in a moment. I'm glad I did, because I realized some things. One, he's completely vacuous and his ideas are beyond idiotic. But it was a stop. It was in New York City, and Zohan was on stage with Bernie Sanders in some mid-sized auditorium filled with a bunch of liberal idiots. And I realized something that I did not realize before. There is an entire cult of so-called Democratic Socialists, which are really closeted communists. There's an entire cult of these Democratic Socialists that worship Bernie Sanders. And there's three of these guys running around, right? Bernie Sanders, Zohan, and AOC. And I had asked, and one of my live streams on YouTube, this question, and it took a while. One person finally got it. So Zohan, Bernie Sanders, and AOC are on this Fight the Oligarch tour. Fight the Oligarchy, which I never even heard this word until recently. It sounds like some Russian word from the Russian Revolution. What do Zohan Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie Sanders have in common other than the fact that they're so-called Democratic Socialists? What do the three of them have in common? AOC, Zohan, and Bernie Sanders. Now, I'm not trolling for calls in this. I'm just going to tell you. But just think about it for a second. They're on this Stop the Oligarchy tour. What do they have in common? They're both millionaires. All three of them are millionaires. AOC's a millionaires. Zohan's a millionaire who just got married to an even richer millionaire. And Bernie Sanders is a multimillionaire who owns at least 5 homes. So don't you think there's a conflict between fighting the rich on this tour when they are the rich, right? Of course, these sheeple in the audience, fight the oligarchs, yay! They are the oligarchs, stupid. And Zohan, he got up and he was talking about Bernie Sanders in a way that I've never heard Bernie Sanders described before. And you know what it was? Like, you know how I would describe it? These Bernie Sanders worshipers, you know what the Democratic Socialism is? You know what it is? It's a cult. I know they like to say that we're a cult in the MAGA movement. We're the Republican Party. We're not a cult. We're the mainstream country. We just won the national election less than a year ago. almost a year ago now, but we won the national election. But the way to, and when I watched this speech, all he talked about during the speech was all these great things about Bernie and his birthday and all this crap. And here's how I've seen sound bites of AOC and him talking at these Fight the Oligarch events, but this was the first time that I watched a whole one. I watched it online, and I got to tell you, it was not easy to find. I finally found it on Bernie Sanders' X. And I think it was hard to find because they really don't want you to see what they do. So here's how I would describe it. Having watched the whole I watched the whole thing. I couldn't believe. I wanted to so I could. My intent was, since we're talking so much about Zohan, I was going to watch this and grab some sound bites, or maybe even play the whole speech on the program and break it down, since he's running for mayor of New York. And he basically just sat up there and praised Bernie Sanders for the whole time, which I'm not going to bore you with. Although, after the top of the hour break, I'm going to play for you 2 sound bites from Zohan that you don't want to miss. Here's how I would describe Zohan, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. AOC is to these Democratic Socialists what L. Ron Hubbard is to Scientologists. Democratic Socialist is a cult like Scientology. It's it. He's their L. Ron Hubbard. I wouldn't be surprised if they start wearing naval uniforms and saluting portraits of him. I was very surprised when I saw him, because remember years ago, some of the footage of Tom Cruise came out from the Church of Scientology, and people were like, wow, it's weird what they do. And have you seen those like Academy Award things where Tom Cruise is saluting the portrait of L. Ron? It's weird, isn't it? That's what it was like when I was watching Zohan with Bernie Sanders on stage at the Fight the Oligarchy event in New York City over the weekend. It's that crazy. I'm not exaggerating, by the way. And I'm going to play for you 2 clips from Zohan that I came across yesterday after the top of the hour break. And I came to a realization yesterday, which I'll share with you after the top of the hour. But Democratic Socialism is closeted communism. It's like a guy who's gay can't say he's gay, so he says he's bisexual, right? It's that kind of thing. And the worship of Bernie Sanders, see, I know they like to say that we don't worship Trump and we're not into a cult. We love and respect him. But what I saw was idol worship by Zohan and these lunatics in the audience of Bernie Sanders. And it just reminded me of those videos that leaked out of Tom Cruise at these Church of Scientology events. It's disturbing, really. I mean, would you want the Church of Scientology running anything? Well, the Church of Bernie Sanders, which is what that whole movement is. It's the Church of Bernie Sanders, the Church of Democratic Socialism, with L. Ron Bernie Sanders, are going to be running New York City. And I came to a realization about that yesterday, which I'm going to share with you after the top of the hour break. But first, I want to make this huge announcement from Mike Lindell and MyPillow. The 6-piece MyPillow towel sets are back in stock. They've been out of the MyPillow towels for quite some time. And they're back in stock. They're $30 off, just $39.98 with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane. The normal price is $69.98. I'm surprised they're on special because they've been out of stock for a while because the special was so popular. They ran out. And Mike Lindell's office told me a couple weeks ago the MyPillow towels were going to be back in soon. I had not heard from them, and I just stumbled upon them on the website today. They come in 10 colors. These are the only towels I use in my house. These are the most incredible towels you will ever use. One example I get a couple examples that really show that they're towels that really work. I spilled an entire 16-ounce cup of coffee on my tiled floor. I grabbed the white MyPillow towel, threw it over, it absorbed all of it. It was like a Bounty paper towel commercial. I walked it to my garage where my washing machine is, and it didn't even drip the coffee through my house. It kept it in the towel. These are amazing towels. They're back in stock. They have all the colors in. Go to mypillow.com, just $39.98, $30 off with our promo code KANE at checkout, KANE at mypillow.com. Also, the free shipping offer is still in place too with our promo code KANE, KANE at checkout at mypillow.com. We'll take our break for the top of the hour. If you're on hold, stand by. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to share this craziness from Zohan in New York City after the top of the hour break. Our number, toll-free, 888-465-2631. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian. We'll be right back. All right, we'll be back shortly, guys. Now, listen, if you guys would really like to help, subscribing and liking the video helps a lot. It helps grow the channel. Subscribing and liking, so please do that. But also, if you could take the link to the program and share it on your social media, share it on all your socials, let all your friends know about this program, that helps a lot too. And I know a lot of you do that, so please keep doing that. And if you've not, please subscribe, like the video, and take the link and share it on your socials, and that goes a long way to growing the channel. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stand by. If you're on hold, hang in there. Hour number 2 has begun. I'm Brian Craig. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the air. Okay. So I watched this speech from Zohan, this millionaire, standing next to another multimillionaire, telling you about how they're going to fight against the rich, even though they're the rich. And he did a couple of interviews, Zohan, and they were pretty big revelations to me. Here's the first clip. Listen, this is Zohan over the weekend.
The jail population of Rikers has increased since Eric Adams has come into office by more than 1,000 additional incarcerated New Yorkers. And what is quite staggering to me is that we know that we can reduce that jail population to less than 4,000. I mean, Vital City had an article about a number of different proposals that could reduce it to 3,700. And some of this also just has to look at the average stay on Rikers in the 90s was 50 days. Now it's more than 100. There are more than 1,500 people on Rikers who have been held there for more than a year. So I do think many of the reforms that have to be made are also reforms around the court system and ensuring that people are actually having speedy.
Okay. So Zohan is running for mayor of New York, and his promise is this: vote for him. He's going to empty out Rikers jail and send the criminals into the city. Then I saw this clip. Now, first off, he's going to tax you to death and raise everyone's taxes. But he's going to empty out the jail and release all the criminals from Rikers into the streets of New York. And then this.
If city council legislation to abolish the NYPD gang database were to pass, would you support and sign that?
I have supported that proposal. It's one I've supported because of the vast dragnet has meant the inclusion of New Yorkers on the basis of whether they go out late, photos they put on social media, so much of the facts of life of being a young New Yorker.
Okay. So Zohan is going to eliminate this database that's been used by the NYPD, which is considered the finest police department to ever exist in the world. Eliminate their gang database, which is an important intelligence operation. I don't have to tell you. He's going to empty out the local jail and release the criminals into the city. Vote for him. Now, he's in the lead because we have a three-way race against him. Governor Cuomo, Mayor Adams, and Curtis Sliwa. Curtis Sliwa and Mayor Adams both said they will not drop out. You got, and this is, if you're on hold, stand by. I want to get this out. I have never in my life seen a candidate running to be the mayor of any city or town in this country say, vote for me, I'm going to empty out the jails and send the prisoners into the streets, which is what he said. If that statement alone does not convince New Yorkers not to vote for this monster, what are you or I going to say that's going to change their mind? When I saw this narcissist, Curtis Sliwa, say nothing will get him to drop out, when I saw Mayor Adams, who looked like he was asleep the other day, say, I'm not going to drop out and attack Governor Cuomo, as far as I'm concerned, New York deserves it. That was not my attitude before. My attitude before was, we can't let this monster become the mayor of New York City for all the reasons I've talked about. And then I realized when I saw his Bernie Sanders worship speech at the Fight the Oligarch event over the weekend, and then I saw these two clips I just shared, in particular the first one, when he said he's going to empty out Rikers Island and send the prisoners into the neighborhood. Vote for me. I'm going to empty out the jail. I realized New York deserves this. Zohan is brought to you by Mayor Adams, Curtis Sliwa, and the idiots of New York. If you're a good now, that doesn't mean that you as an individual in New York deserve this. Get out. Move out. I mean, when he says, vote for me, I'm going to empty out Rikers Island and send the prisoners into your neighborhood, what else do you need to say we can't allow this guy to be mayor? We got to organize and get somebody else elected. I don't care if it's Hillary Clinton. If you elect this man who's promising that, and he's not doing it in secret, mind you, he's on television bragging about it on a stage, talking to lots of people. It's in all the papers in New York. You deserve it. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince a bunch of idiots in New York to do something different. I want to hear your thoughts on this. 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. This is Will.
Yeah, Will.
I don't think you understand this Rikers thing. I think you're completely off base. I don't think you'll get it at all.
Rikers is a jail, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the people in it are criminals? Wait, hold on a second. So it's a jail. Hold on, I'm trying to get... Listen. I'm not as smart as you. You're obviously, with the smile in your voice and the giggles, you're smart. It's a jail. So the people in the jail are criminals, right?
They could be.
What do you mean they could be? They're in jail.
They could be. Donald Trump could have gone to jail. Would you say he's a criminal? I don't think you believe he's a criminal.
Is he in Rikers?
Could have been.
No, I didn't say could have been. Is he in? What's the matter with you?
Do you want to hear my argument, or do you just want to yap?
Go ahead.
They want to empty Rikers, not to empty it of criminals, but because it costs $500,000 per inmate. That's $1.5 billion a year.
But what if those inmates? What if those inmates rapes a woman on the subway or sticks a knife in her throat?
You move them to a different jail, Brian.
Yeah, but a girl's been murdered and raped.
This is New York City, not North Carolina.
Oh, you're telling me North Carolina is more dangerous than New York City?
What are you talking? $1.5 billion. They want to move the inmates.
He didn't say move them. He didn't say move them to another jail. He wants to release them. Don't you understand? The people in jail are the victims, don't you know?
Want to release criminals.
The people, yes, he does. Do you live in New York City?
No, I don't.
Oh. Well, mighty wide of you to allow the people of New York City to be victimized. Hell no, I wouldn't live in that liberal cesspool.
So
What's so funny? What's so funny? We're talking about violent criminals and you're laughing?
Brian, you're talking about things you don't understand. It costs $1.5 billion.
Who cares what it costs? How much is it worth to stop a girl on a train from being murdered by a Democrat?
How much is it worth to...
No, that's not an answer. That's a question.
I don't know. I can tell you. Why do you want to... Why can't we just move the criminals to a different jail that costs less than $500,000 per criminal? I don't understand.
I didn't hear any plan from him to relocate them to other jails. Why do you liberals out there have a fetish for criminals? He wants to eliminate... Zohan said he wants to eliminate the NYPD's gang database. He said he wants to eliminate the gang database, which is an intelligence tool they use to track down crime and criminals. Everything he said is anti-cop and pro-criminal. Why do you think that's funny?
I don't think anything.
You keep laughing and giggling like a girl.
I'm not laughing.
Yeah, you've got smile in your voice now. All right, get off the phone, you idiot. Sadistic psycho. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, it's Renee from Harlem.
Oh, Renee, I looked at the clock. I got a break. I will hold you through the break, Renee. You hold on. Oh, boy. Let me talk about Dr. Appleton. Oh, man. You know, Dr. Appleton, I think a lot what my life would be like without Dr. Appleton. I'd be in a lot of pain. I'd be in a lot of pain. You know, right now I'm standing here with all my weight on my right leg. Before Dr. Appleton rid me of knee pain, I had to put my weight on my left leg. I'm right-handed, I'm and because I had that knee injury, I couldn't put weight on my right leg because it hurt too bad. And over 3 years ago, Dr. Appleton treated me with this laser away pain treatment for an injury that I had in a car accident over 30 years ago. And I was in pain for 30 years, especially this time of year during the rainy season. He treated me over 3 years ago. Not only did he rid me of my pain 3 years ago, the pain has not returned over 3 years later. It's amazing. His laser treatment works. If you've been in a car accident and you have pains associated with a car accident, it works on those pains. My knee pain was from a car accident. Give Dr. Appleton a call. Remember, appointments are not necessary. Walk-ins are welcome, even on Saturdays. Dr. Appleton performs all the laser treatments himself. And remember, there's no downtime. There's no shots, no injections, no surgery. It's 100% painless. In fact, you don't even feel the laser treatment when it's being done. Give Dr. Appleton a call. If you have x-rays or scans, bring them with you. Dr. Appleton will gladly look them over. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. Call us on hold, stand by. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. Back after this. If you're on hold, hang in there, guys. Be back in about 1 minute. Stand by. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. I tell you, this guy, yes or no, do you guys agree with me? That if listening to Zohan speak doesn't convince them to stand up against him, nothing will. If you're on hold, hang in there. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. If you're on hold, don't go anywhere. Let me play this again. This is Zohan talking about Rikers Island.
The jail population of Rikers has increased since Eric Adams has come into office by more than 1,000 additional incarcerated New Yorkers. And what is quite staggering to me is that we know that we can reduce that jail population to less than 4,000. I mean, Vital City had an article about a number of different proposals that could reduce it to 3,700. And some of this also just has to look at the average stay on Rikers in the 90s was 50 days. Now it's more than 100. There are more than 1,500 people on Rikers who have been held there for more than a year. So I do think many of the reforms that have to be made are also reforms around the court system and ensuring that people are actually having speedy.
Okay, did you hear that? Now, you hear that idiot I was talking to before the break? He's not talking about transferring someone. He's talking about letting them out. So where do they go? Into the city. And what do? They do crime. What is the matter with you? This liberalism. I tell you, liberalism. That poor Ukrainian refugee that was murdered by that Democrat on the train in Charlotte, North Carolina. I saw in the news yesterday on social media, she had a Black Lives Matter poster on the wall in her home. She was a liberal. Liberalism can get you killed. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, it's Renee.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Renee. I'm sorry. I held you over. Yeah, go ahead, Renee.
Yeah. So I really didn't even really want to call, but the fact that you're spewing so much racist nonsense, I just had to interject your white power hour and just give your audience a little bit of sanity. First of all, everybody is calling Trump's followers, that maggot, whatever you want to call it, a cult. Everybody. And the fact that you want to call the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders as a cult, that's hilarious. That's really funny. Mm-hmm. It's really exposing yourself.
I held you over. I held you over through the break, which I don't do very often, because I thought you had something interesting to say. Renee, you're calling from Harlem. You're in New York City. Zohan wants to empty out Rikers, right? And he wants to send the inmates into Harlem and the rest of the city. What are your thoughts?
Well,
yeah, I know.
That's out of left field. What I was really going to say is you've got Trump's butt all up.
Oh, so you can't respond to that. So you have no answer to that? Do you think it's a good idea to empty out Rikers and send them into Harlem and the rest of the city, or is that a bad idea?
I think you should take Trump's nuts out your mouth.
Okay, there you go. He's trying to. I think we got to dump that one, Mike. Oh my goodness! If you're on hold, stand by as we wait for the delay to re-engage. Renee from Harlem has been calling the show for a long time. That, I think, is the first time that he was speechless, and that was an SOS that he was doing. Did you notice that was an SOS? He said something dirty, something nasty, something you can't say, forcing me to disconnect the phone call, because you know what that was? You know what that nasty, perverted comment was? I'm going to translate it. That was Renee from Harlem saying, "Brian, you got me. Brian, you're right. Brian, Mamdani is an idiot. Brian, this guy's terrible. Brian, I agree with everything you said." But he couldn't get himself to say it like that. So he said it in another language, liberalese. So he said something perverted, forcing me to hang up the call. It was an SOS. Holy smokes. Wow. What a revelation. Renee from Harlem is agreeing with me about Zohan. See what I mean? Wow. All right. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. While I'm waiting for the delay to rebuild, I want to talk about Lighthouse Medical and their neuropathy treatment. If you are a loved one or suffering from neuropathy, call Lighthouse Medical. They offer free consultations to Steve Kane listeners. The numbness, the pain, the burning, the tingling in your hands and feet, the muscle weakness, the falling down and dizziness and loss of balance you're suffering from, muscle twitching, the feeling of pins and needles in your hands and feet, no feeling at all. Lighthouse Medical, they have a treatment for neuropathy that works and a treatment that lasts. Steve had his treatment over 3 years ago, and his neuropathy has not returned. Give them a call. They can help you no matter where you're located, by the way, with remote medicine. You don't have to go in person. They can still help you no matter where you're located. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. That's 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. All right, back to the phones. The delay is re-engaged. Wow. See what I mean? We just have to let Zohan share his opinions, and New Yorkers are being convinced. Renee from Harlem agreeing with everything I've said about Zohan. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. And let me just stop this. Where I turned this radio on, and I was glad to hear you talking about what happened on that subway. It was disgusting. It's painful. It's painful for me to watch it, particularly being black, seeing this black man do that so cold-heartedly. And then Renee comes on, and I just had to pick up the phone and call you because he is a disgusting caller. I would never say that about one of your callers, but he is a disgusting caller.
Yep.
I swear to you. What he just said, what he said to you, goes beyond the pale. And the fact that he can't say that this Mondami, you know, New York is where I grew up in Queens. I'm telling you, everybody who is in jail right now, can you imagine all of those people being out of Rikers Island? He wants to reduce the criminals coming into New York.
Yep.
And going back on the street just like this man. You know how many people in there are mentally ill? Yes, a lot of them, they do need to be hospitalized. But you're talking about hospitals for the criminally insane where they don't come out. Some people are beyond repair, especially with all the drugs that they've taken. I've seen it. I grew up there.
Let me tell you, if Zohan becomes the mayor, as many New Yorker in 4 years as mayor, he could be responsible for as many New York deaths as 9/11. Right? If you're shutting down the police and emptying out the jail, people are going to get killed every day.
Yes, yes. And, you know, I'm just so happy to know that President Trump went in. It was just such good news to wake up to. And, you know, that he went into Chicago, that the people there are about to be liberated, just like the people in D.C. are going to be liberated.
That's right.
And, like, I hope he comes to Baltimore and liberate us. I was at the gym yesterday talking to people about how we don't even feel safe to go and watch our favorite home team go play a night game.
That's right. Man,
taking a chance during the day.
Yeah.
But a night game is almost out of the question. I went to the first game that they had, and I tell you, I left at halftime, and it was dark.
I want to ask you a question, and I know you don't like me bringing this up too much. I get the sense, but I have to. Joy Reid did an interview with Jim Acosta a couple days ago. And she said that President Trump wasn't shot. Now, you were there. You were behind the president. Was President Trump shot in Butler?
Absolutely.
You saw it with your own eyes in person.
Saw it with my own eyes, and my friends DVD'd it because they were watching it. They went back and saved a snapshot because I didn't think he was shot at the time. I thought they were just getting him off, getting him off because of the firecrackers.
Happened so quick. You heard the shots.
Yes, it happened so quick. And, I'm standing there with my videotaping this thing, and they sent me a picture they text me at the rally. They said, "Is that you?" And I later found out, Brian, from one of my other volunteers that was there, because I wanted to go back to the second rally. She would not go back in that place. She said she hasn't been able to go back in that place.
I get it.
She's not going to another rally.
I get it.
She saw the video. She saw the video. She said the bullets flew over our heads.
It did.
They flew over our heads.
That's right. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Joy Reid's a sick woman.
Shot.
She's a sick woman. The bullets went over your head, Barbara.
I think she lost her mind. I think Joy Reid, literally. I mean, because I saw that interview with Jim Acosta. You saw how she was acting?
She's a mental patient.
Jim Acosta might have even... She looks like a mental patient. I think what's happened to her, she has not taken it well. She's crazy, but she's not by herself. These Democrats have gone off the rails.
They are.
And I will say this to your audience. Don't even argue with them anymore. There's no sense arguing with these people. We just need to vote for Republicans.
That's right.
Wherever.
That's
we
right.
live in this country.
Listen, I gotta run, Barbara, but I appreciate the call.
Have
We're
a
late.
great day.
All right, you too. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, hang in there. Oh man, I tell you guys, it's pretty brutal what's going on here. When we get back, let me share this audio. Well, I'll share this audio when we get back. If you're new, my name is Brian. This is obviously where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you subscribe, and if you guys could like the video and share on your social, that would be spectacular. It'd be greatly appreciated. I tell you, I'm just fed up with the liberals. I'm losing. I never thought I would lose. I've lost my tolerance for the left. Their arguments are just so stupid at this point. I mean, there's just... See, Renee from Harlem, he had a brief moment where he came out of it. He came out of the liberal groupthink and saw reality for a brief moment in time, and then he started yelling out the perversion, so I had to hang up on him. You know, if you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live stream, guys. Liberals are morons. I'll give you that. Absolutely. We'll be back in about a minute. Welcome back. We just passed the halfway mark of this morning's program. I can't believe it's Tuesday already. I'm Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show. Our number, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Loon.
Loon? Oh, as in liberal loon?
Loom.
Loom.
My name.
Loom. Okay, your name is Loom? Okay. L-O-O-M? What kind of name? Is that short for something? Is that a nickname? What kind of name is Loom?
Nickname, yeah.
Oh, okay. How'd you earn a nickname like that?
I just made it up.
Oh, you just made it up?
It's my screen name.
Oh, it's your screen name. Oh, okay. You made it up. It's like a handle, an alias. Okay. What are you in? What do you do? You work in like the textile industry or something? Where'd you come up with calling yourself that? Loom.
It was supposed to be my password at some point.
Actually. Oh, okay. So what's on your mind? You called me. What's up?
I have a question. How do you feel about
here we go.
America passing a law that requires ID verification to use media like YouTube?
I'm not aware of any such law.
There was something passing through the House, but it's a big thing over in England right now, the online...
Oh, well, they don't... And England's not America. England's lost. You know, listen, I'll tell you my thoughts. Okay, I'm glad you meant... Okay, in England, I've heard of such things in England. Okay, like I remember when... You're not old enough to remember this, but when I was a kid, I learned something about England that blew my mind. You know, you can go to Best Buy and buy a television set or order one on Amazon and start watching TV. In England, you had to have a license to have a television set and watch TV, a license. Can you imagine? England's not a free country. It's a socialist country.
That's for sure.
Okay, and it's never been a free country. That's why our great founding fathers declared independence and fought a revolution from those freedom-hating redcoats. Yes.
Agreed. I'm saying I've heard of people like asking for ID verification, facial verification to use social media, and it's trying to be.
That's not going to happen in this country. That's not going to happen in this country. And if anyone's suggesting it,
right.
if anyone's suggesting it, it's a liberal. What do you tell me about Donald Trump? What are your thoughts on Donald Trump?
I'm not too sure. I think he's doing some really good things. I've heard a lot of good things, and I've heard a few problems with like gun laws and stuff that he's been trying to pass. And
what gun law is he trying to pass that's bad? What is Donald Trump trying to pass that's bad?
He's been trying to remove like NSA restrictions, but it's being
NSA restrictions. Where do you get your information? What NSA restrictions are there on guns? Are you in the United States?
Suppressors?
That's not the NSA.
Suppressors.
Silencers.
I said NSA.
The National Security Agency?
National Firearms Act.
Silencers and suppressors. Yeah, there's restrictions on those. That's not. But you know what? He's
been trying to
but
remove
a suppressor.
And that's a good thing.
I don't know. A suppressor's not a gun. A silencer's not a gun. You said he's trying to bring in gun restrictions. What type of restriction is he
trying to remove them?
Oh, okay. And that's a
good thing.
Okay. All right. All right. Appreciate the call. He doesn't have much opinions about much. I mean, what's that saying Steve has? Talking to that guy's like trying to play handball off a wet mattress. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, hey, Richie.
Brian.
Oh, my
Richie.
Goodness.
You know, you have to change Renee's name. First of all, he's got to be the dumbest black man I've ever listened to on the call-in shows. He's a disgrace to his race. He's a dumb black man. all his vocabulary is racism, 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 racist, racist, racist.
Yes,
all
it is. He does
he
have a limited vocabulary. He's like that guy in Guardians of the Galaxy, Groot. All he can say is Groot. All he can say is racist, and he has about 10 variations, maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe about 5 variations of calling somebody a racist. That's his whole vocabulary. It's his language.
And he thinks he's smart, which is really incredible.
Isn't that scary?
Listen to himself speak. He's a total moron. Now I'm going to bring a couple things up. Mondani, Rikers Island. He wants to reform, and he doesn't want to close. So what he wants to do is take, and I want you to realize this, he wants to take the people that are in there who are the hardened criminals, because New York has that no cash bail where they let them out within hours. So you got to really do something bad, like in the subway, put somebody on fire, a passenger, or punch a lady in the face and blind her so she has to have reconstructive surgery and can't see out of one eye.
Yeah.
This is what you're going to... So what he's going to do is he's going to reform by taking these people out of Rikers Island and put them in the subways of New York.
Oh, that's great.
Then he's going to ask...
That's awesome.
Yeah. Then because the ridership is going to go down, because these people don't pay, they jump the toll booth. So they're going to say, we need more money, more taxes from rich people. And I don't know where he's going to get the rich people, because they're going to leave. New York is going to be the pit of the earth, and it's a great thing for us. If they are so stupid, they're going to vote for this guy. But that's going to be
here's Richie. This is it, okay? Donald Trump came up with a great opportunity last week for Adams and Curtis Sliwa.
Yeah.
Both of them said nothing will get them out of the race. I'm watching what Mamdani says. He's going to empty. There's too many people in jail. He wants to empty out the jails, send them back into the city. If New York deserves this, okay? If they're going to elect this guy, they deserve it. If that doesn't convince you to not vote for him, I can't help you.
Not only that is going to be the greatest thing for everyone in this country to see, because we're not going to want the country to turn into New York City.
That's right.
New York City, make no bones about it, it's going to be awful. I got to also bring up about the poor girl that was killed and stabbed to death on the train
by the Democrat.
But I believe it was a racist crime.
Absolutely.
But I can tell you, but it wasn't reported by the media. And I blame the media, because the media is only going to report 2 kinds of crime: a white killing a black, or a police officer being shot by a white cop. In other words, a black person being shot by a white cop.
Yeah.
Now I'll give you an example. If that woman was a black woman sitting there and she was stabbed in the neck, you wouldn't hear nothing. Okay. If Michael Brown had attacked a black cop, you wouldn't have heard nothing.
Correct.
The media jumps on any time you see a black victim.
In fact, the only reason Trayvon Martin became famous is when they heard the name Zimmerman, they figured he was a Jew, he was white, they didn't know he was Hispanic. Yeah. If they would have known George Zimmerman was Hispanic, you never would have heard of Trayvon Martin either.
No, the media is the reason why this country's in the condition that they're in.
That's
because
right.
That's all they want to do.
Richie, I gotta run for the break, so I'll give you the last word.
They want to divide the races. That's the bottom line. And there isn't the racism you think there is in this country.
That's right. That's right.
The black community is waking up.
No, you're right. All right, take care, Richie. I got to talk to you about coastal weight loss secret. You know, I lost my driver's license, and I got a new one, and I did it online. And I just got yesterday afternoon in the mail my new driver's license. It's a duplicate because I lost my driver's license. I don't know. It fell out of my wallet somewhere. And because I didn't go in person, they used the old picture that was there, which is pretty old. That picture's like, the picture on my driver's license, I think might be like 10 years old, 7, 8, 10 years old. I don't know. Does anyone know where when I got a ticket and I had to go to court, if you were listening back then? And I got my driver's license in the mail. I've been waiting for it. And I opened it up and I looked and I'm like, that's not what I look like now. And I was thinking, everywhere I go, I'm going to have to show them the old round face me when I need ID, right? That's not me anymore. I'm so much lighter. I've got bone structure now. I got a chin. I got a neck. My face is no longer round like it is in my driver's license photograph. I hadn't looked at my driver's license, and you take it out. I didn't pay much attention, but this time, because it was the duplicate in the mail, I opened that, I looked at it, and I said, who's that guy? All right, who's that fat guy? Oh, it used to be me. Pretty crazy. Listen, my results from Coastal Weight Loss Secret are typical. You know, they can help you no matter where you are with telemedicine in the United States. We have listeners from all over America who have lost a lot of weight from Coastal Weight Loss Secret. The number, give them a call, 561-247-6300. I might have to go in person and get a new driver's license picture because I don't know if I want to show people the old me in that photograph. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300, and online, coastalweightlossecret.com. We'll be right back. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. Toll-free call. You're welcome to call in. Now, if you're watching on the vertical live stream where you see the green behind me, if you jump over to my other screen, you get the benefits of the green screen effect. You get to see and hear the videos, see everything on the screen that I'm looking at, see the articles I cover and everything. If you have the green behind me, obviously you can see and hear me and the callers, but if you want to hear the audio sound bites, see the videos I share and all of that, jump over to the other screen. And by the way, guys, if you're new, please subscribe. And those of you that are already subbed, do me the favor of liking the video. When you guys like the video, that helps grow the channel. And if you could take the link, copy and paste the link of the program on your social media, whatever you use, Truth, Facebook, X, whatever you use, share the program. That also helps a lot, guys. We'll be back in less than a minute. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. I want to play this clip I played at the top of the show at 6 because I want to get us back on track of what's going on here. President Trump is continuing this incredible operation of ridding America's blue cities of crime. You know, these Democrats, they have this talking point. Why doesn't he go into the red cities? The red city. What city is run by Republicans that's overrun with crime? Where they have no cash bail and they have a jerk like Mamdani who wants to empty out the jail and let all the... Where is this mythical red city that I keep hearing about? But in spite of the liberals, he's ridding America's blue cities of crime because it's he doesn't care that these people don't vote for him. They're Americans. They're humans. He wants them to live crime-free. This girl that was killed, this Ukrainian refugee, she was a liberal. She had a Black Lives Matter poster on the wall of her apartment. Black Lives Matter. And then she was killed by a Democrat, a Black Lives Matter supporter, right? The guy that killed her. But the operation has begun in Chicago. And as opposed to sending in the National Guard and everything about the crime in Chicago, he sent in ICE. And they're starting by rounding up the illegals that are in Chicago. And about 40% or so of the violent crime in Chicago has to do with the violent Hispanic gangs. And this is totally within federal jurisdiction. And Fox News Channel has been embedded with the team of ICE agents in Chicago. And this is, I want to play this. I want you to understand that Fox News, they're embedded here. They walk you through an arrest as it happens of an illegal and explain to you everything. And when you hear this, remember this. The mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois, as well as Democrats nationwide, they want this person to remain on the streets of Chicago. Listen to this. Fox News, embedded with ICE in Chicago.
Has begun. You can see the new ICE vehicles on the streets here in Chicago. We're just outside the Cook County Courthouse, but that surge is part of the ICE-led Operation Midway Blitz that they say is in honor of a beautiful young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver.
Now, Katie Abraham, this operation dedicated in her memory, I want you to understand this. Katie Abraham is dead because of the Democrats. She was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver.
Full young Chicago woman, Katie Abraham, who was killed by an illegal alien drunk driver back in January of this year. And while we are getting reaction from Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who says that this blitz won't make Chicagoans safer, let me show you this video. Early this morning, I was out with one of ICE's teams, and we arrested this individual. His name is Juan.
Listen to this.
Gaspar, and he is a 43-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He has been convicted in 2024 of forcibly sexually assaulting a child under the age of 13. He was...
Okay, so think about this. This guy, he's an illegal. He was convicted last year of raping a child under 13, and he's walking the streets of Chicago. How is that possible? You know how it's possible? Democrats. This is who Pritzker wants walking the streets of Chicago? Convicted kitty rapist? This is who that idiot mayor of Chicago wants walking around his city? Kitty rapist?
Was taken, as you can see here, without incident, but this is all part of the exact sort of violent criminal illegal alien that the ICE operations hope to bring in, apprehend, and ultimately deport. We were riding along with ICE's Deputy Director, Madison Sheehan. She talked a little bit about this operation to us, as well as what she has to say to the Democrats that are criticizing it. Listen.
This is an opportunity for us to go into sanctuary cities and work against these sanctuary city policies and not let them deter ICE from being able to do our work, to go after the worst of the worst, just like the guy behind me who committed sexual assault against a minor. I mean, these criminal aliens have wreaked havoc on the American people for years, and that time is over. And even when we have pushback from Democrat leadership, that's not going to stop us. We're going to continue to go after the worst of the worst, just like somebody who committed sexual assault against a minor.
I mean, this is nuts. What is the matter with the left? What is the matter with the left? I mean, this is the second worst. The worst crime you can commit is a murder, obviously. This is as close to murder as it gets. He raped a child who will forever be scarred and damaged, and he's free, just like this murderer on the train in Charlotte. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Once, twice. All right. You made a good choice, I'm here to tell you. You know, listen. The one thing, though, we can take from this is that we are in the majority, okay? I understand the media are very vocal and they seem to have a lot of support, but they really don't. And the Democrats that I've talked to on the phone today, you can tell, different levels of unhingedness. This is CNN reporting on what's going on in Chicago right now.
So Trump posted on social media this weekend, I love the smell of deportations.
That's right.
In the morning. Chicago's about to find out
Yeah, like the one that just got a kitty rapist taken off the street.
Why it's called the Department of War, with this picture of him that says Chipocalypse now in front of it. Borders our Tom Homan told our Jake Tapper that Trump's words are being taken out of context. What do you think the appropriate context is for seeing this?
The appropriate context is the game of Chicago's over with the sanctuary cities. We're going to get the most serious criminals arrested and deported.
That's
the
right.
Democrats are in hysterics.
You've seen Apocalypse Now.
Now, this is the one-time acting director of ICE.
Seen Apocalypse
Okay,
Now.
so then-
They're not going to be dropping napalm in Chicago. I think people need to take a step back. I mean,
Exactly.
it is funny. He almost pushes the button, and all the Democrats go into hysterics.
Do you think this is funny, what's happening?
I don't. I think it's. I think the meme or whatever they're called. I don't think it's not funny. I think it's making the point. We're going in there and taking care of it because. And you know what?
See, you know, she's not even upset that there's a kitty rapist walking the streets. She's upset that the kitty rapist is being arrested. This is CNN.
It's really interesting. You've seen Gavin Newsom and some of these other Democrats up in Baltimore.
Do you
They're taking crimes.
Do you think what the problem in Chicago and what we're about to see is funny?
The problem in Chicago is so serious and it's deadly serious, and you have people like Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker that have not been dealing with the crime problem, not been dealing with the illegal alien problem, and because it's not politically viable for them within their party.
Should it get the funny treatment?
Should it get the funny treatment, meaning what?
Can we put the meme back up? Let's put it back up.
Oh, this is insane. She's not upset about a kitty rapist convicted of raping a child under the age of 13. She's upset about a funny picture that President Trump put of himself on Truth Social over the weekend. That's too far. The kitty rapist, that's okay. This, oh, how dare he put up a funny meme.
Should it get this treatment?
I think it's a good way to send a message that they're going in and dealing with this. And to say, if you want to say who treats crime more seriously, this administration or the prior administration, you just have to look at the numbers and look at what the Biden administration did. It was a complete joke, particularly at the border.
I mean, is that serious to you when you look at that?
These people are mental patients. It's like these idiots I talk to on the phones. I mean, she's an anchorette over there on CNN. She is more outraged at that meme than she is the Ukrainian refugee who was murdered on the train. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. My name is Donald, and I'm calling from Washington, D.C.
Come on.
How are you?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, this is a terrible imitation. I mean, come on. Use your real voice.
Well, Brian,
Use your real voice. Use your real voice.
The fake media is the problem. I just wanted to say, especially on your show.
All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where you? I don't have patience. We're talking about children and women being victimized here. I'm not. Give me a break. You're on the air. I'm not very tolerant for liberals today. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. Yeah, Chris from Pompano Beach.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. If it wasn't as sad as it was funny, and that's the whole point. You almost have to make a little light of this because that's how ridiculous it is. My friend uses the word ridiculousness.
See,
but
the difference, the difference was like, with that caller that just called me and the difference between the two, because I know some people saying, well, wait a minute, you were upset for them being upset. The difference is Trump was funny. The guy on the phone wasn't funny. That's the difference.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
And then I've learned to call up just to find anything negative because they don't like Trump. And here it is. What's the main thing that they're saying? Don't like Trump, don't like Trump. I mean, everybody's doing a great job. It's the arrogance. So who's more arrogant than them
That's right. I mean, how is it? They're not upset that there's a kitty rapist walking the streets of Chicago. They're upset that Donald Trump arrested him. All right, we're out of time for the hour. Thanks for the call. If you're on hold, stand by. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. On the radio since 1977, I'm Brian Craig. We'll be back with hour number 3 right after this. Hey, we got about a minute. Okay, hold on. All right, you there, Steve?
I'm here.
Okay, we got less than a minute. Okay, I'm going to put you on hold for a second. Hold on. All right. Hold on, Steve.
Yep.
All right, the third hour has begun. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. Steve Kane joining us. Hey, Steve.
Good morning.
Oh, man, so much. Did you have somewhere you wanted to go?
Glorious day in paradise.
It is, yeah. Did you have somewhere you want to go, or
Well,
not?
I just found out something that kind of blew my mind. You might have known it, but I just found it out now.
Yeah.
I keep wondering why they're ignoring Curtis Lewa in this debate for mayor.
Yeah.
Do you know the story behind that?
Obviously not what you're thinking, because I just thought he was kind of a joke and had...
Well, it was Curtis is a good guy. We had him on the show a couple of times.
I agree with that.
And the only thing with Curtis is evidently he is in a 10-year feud with Trump. I never heard about that till this
really?
morning. It's in the Post.
I did not know that.
They have a major feud, and that's why Trump never mentions his name.
So he's putting his he's a narcissist, Lee. He's putting his personal anger ahead of the good of New York.
Well, I don't like to go. Who are you saying that? Trump?
No, Curtis
Lewa.
Curtis Lewa was a narcissist. He can't win.
Well, I think it's Donald that's not speaking to Curtis.
Well, he's the president. He's busier than Curtis Lewa.
Okay, I just found out about this whole feud thing to begin with, because it could make the difference in the race.
Curtis Lewa said yesterday with passion that nothing will get him to drop out. See, I came to a realization yesterday about this. I'm done with New York. I mean, I watched this interview. Curtis Lewa won't drop out. Mayor Adams won't drop out. They got the vote split 3 ways. I saw Zohan. I played a clip earlier in the show. Zohan did an interview yesterday. As mayor, he thinks there's too many people in Rikers. He wants to let at least 1,000 to 1,500 immediately out of Rikers. So he wants to empty out Rikers into the city of New York. If that doesn't convince New Yorkers not to vote for this jerk, nothing you or I say is going to do it. So as far as I'm concerned,
New York obviously has very strange voting habits to begin with.
They deserve him. If they elect him, they deserve it. He's not hiding what he's going to do. I'm going to tax you to death, and I'm going to empty out Rikers into the city. There you go. Oh, and by the way, defund the police, and no cash bail will be the law. He's telling them what he's going to do to them. Notice I say to them, not for them, when he becomes mayor. So if that doesn't convince them not to vote for him, nothing you or I say is going to change that, or anyone else. So I'm kind of fed up with him. I really am. It's so aggravating, Steve. I can't. I'm so frustrated. This guy's a bad guy. He's one of the worst.
He's gonna make garbage out of New York. There's no question of that. If he gets elected, it's going to be a terrible tragedy. I don't wish it on the good people in New York.
Now, this is a story that is so out of left field, but it's in the New York Post today. I read this in the New York Post, and you have to be a little older to even know what I'm talking about. Did you see the story about Oliver North in the New York Post today?
No, I missed it.
Oh, my goodness. Oliver North hasn't been in the news since like 93, right?
Yes. He disappeared.
Yeah. Do you remember his secretary?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Fawn Hall. Back in the Oliver North Iran-Contra days, there were these...
What was it, Fawn Hall?
Fawn Hall. Yeah. Yeah.
Fawn as in baby deer?
Yeah, Fawn Hall. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, she was a beautiful blonde secretary. And if I remember the story correctly, she had smuggled some documents out for him and all this. Remember all that stuff? And she became...
It's been a while, but I remember.
So Fawn Hall, she became a sex symbol. She dated Rob Lowe for a while. And then she ended up married to a guy who was the manager for the Doors. And they're both in the New York Post today. Oliver North and Fawn Hall just got married.
Wow.
He's 81 years old, Oliver North. And I'm sure she's got to be like in her 60s or 70s. And I couldn't find any recent photographs of her or him. But his wife of 59 years died. I mean, I was kind of surprised to see this. I know it's kind of gossipy, but I was reading the New York Post today. I wasn't even going to mention it, and you guys know I got a personal connection to Oliver North. I'm not going to talk about it now, but I know him a little bit. He's a friend of the family, but they got married in secret, and if you went back, because I remember back in those days of Iran-Contra, everybody assumed that they were having an affair because she became like a kind of a world famous woman for a few years, and she went to Hollywood, and that's where she married this guy from the Doors. I can't find the story now that told how they met, but I was just shocked to hear that Oliver North married Fawn Hall. Oh, here it is. Hold on. It's in the New York. I read this in the New York Post today. Oliver North and this is the New York Post. Oliver North and his former secretary Fawn Hall married in secret last month, 40 years after their leading role in the infamous Iran-Contra affair. I can't believe it's been 40 years since Iran-Contra.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah, a copy of the marriage license obtained by Michael Isikoff. Michael Isikoff was, by the way, the guy from Newsweek that broke the Monica Lewinsky, Bill Clinton story. Michael Isikoff's story says that Oliver North, age 81, and Fawn Hall, age 65, were married in Arlington, Virginia on August 27th. It was a secret marriage. And that's, is that it? Is that all they got? It doesn't sound like they got...
No pictures of Fawn Hall?
I couldn't find...
She looks like.
Well, of course, everybody... I haven't thought about Fawn Hall in a long time. No pictures of her. Let's see here. Hold on, let me click here. Read more. They have some pictures of her from back in 87. Ollie North, a retired Marine Corps lieutenant colonel, was a member of President Reagan's National Security Council when in the late 80s he was accused of facilitating illegal weapons sales to Iran. The scheme was aimed at encouraging Iran-backed militants in Lebanon to release American hostages. It goes into all of that. The former secretary revealed she helped Oliver North shred mountains of documents related to Iran-Contra after the Justice Department caught wind of the weapons scheme. Fawn Hall told investigators in 86, when Oliver North was fired over the scandal, she smuggled Iran-Contra documents that had not been shredded or altered out of the old executive office building at the White House, hiding them in her boots and inside the back of her skirt. Oliver North, he had 3 felony convictions, which were tossed out because of that, but they got married. No, I cannot find... after the scandal, Fawn Hall worked as a model in Hollywood, where she married Danny Sugarman, the manager of The Doors. She was married to him until his death in 2005. And then Oliver North reconnected with Fawn Hall last December at the funeral of his wife of 56 years, according to Michael Isikoff. She rekindled the relationship at the funeral. And now here they are married. That's pretty bad that they got, you got to wonder, were they having an affair back then? I would think it's pretty safe.
You got enough sense of romance.
Oh, Steve. I got a lot of
that survived all those years and under all that pressure that they were under.
I got a lot of respect for Oliver North. However, you don't pick up chicks at your wife's funeral. That's pretty low life. I'm sorry. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I'm very disappointed in him, I must say. All right, let's just a little gossip from the past. I was reading the New York Post this morning, and I saw Oliver North. Oliver North must have died. So I clicked it, and then I was shocked. 81 years old, married Fawn Hall. But I'm dying to see if anybody has any photographs of Fawn Hall today at the age of 65. All of them are back in the 80s and early 90s.
I bet you she's pretty good looking.
For a 65-year-old lady on Social Security and Medicare, yeah. But don't be so sure. I don't know, Steve. I don't know. All right, let's take a couple calls. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Rob, West Palm, Florida.
Hey, Rob, what's on your mind?
In the United States, I had said to you once before, I'm retired from law enforcement. There's a term that sits with the government and every state in the union called a fugitive from justice. Once they cross that border illegally, they're fugitives.
Okay.
What this guy did is irrepressible.
Oh, you're talking about the guy in Chicago? You're talking about the kitty rapist on the streets of Chicago that Trump arrested?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, if he was a citizen in this country and he got jailed, he wouldn't have maybe an hour, if he was lucky, if they put him in population. It's just unbelievable. But
I'm a little unclear. The Fox News report was unclear. They said he was convicted of this illegal that Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, President Trump arrested in Chicago against the mayor and governor's wishes. They wanted this kitty rapist to stay on the streets.
Was there any specific time given for when this is going to occur today?
When what's going to occur? When what's going to occur?
Brian?
Yeah, when what's going to occur? I'm not sure what you're referencing.
I'm talking about the war on Chicago.
No, it's already happened. They've been making arrests. They've done it. They started with the ICE raids. And they
telling me it's over?
No, it's ongoing. It started yesterday. It's going on right now as we speak.
All right.
So this kid.
So today will be day 2.
Yeah, this kitty rapist that Trump Homan arrested yesterday. He was convicted of raping a child under the age of 13 last year. But what Fox didn't tell us, was that in Mexico or was that here? They didn't tell us. I'm curious about that. I think it was here.
Well, if they caught him in a Mexican jail doing that, he'd rot in jail. We all know that.
I don't think a kitty rapist would have made it out of, if he was convicted in Mexico, he'd be in prison in Mexico, if not dead. So he had to have done it here. And this isn't, he was convicted, they said. So how is a convicted kitty rapist walking the streets of Chicago?
Because of the Democrats and the liberals that have the revolving door in the justice system.
Yep.
Then they use the excuse the prisons are overcrowded.
Yep.
I mean, it's ironic in its own right.
I know.
In the 60s, I'm trying to think, maybe early 70s, mid-70s, I was on the border and in law enforcement, and there was no qualms. You arrested them, they turned them around, and they sent them back. There were no holding centers. It was just...
That's right.
As we all know, we were in the Obama regiment, and with Biden, the door got open, and they just kept coming. But the Democrats and the libtards are screaming when these people commit serious crimes.
That's right. Listen, I got to run, but I appreciate the call. We got to run for the break. We're late. All right, I'm going to put you on hold, Steve. We'll be right back. Hey, Barry, it's Brian. Hey there. Hold on, Barry. Okay. All right, Steve, we're coming to come back with Barry. We got about 90 seconds.
Okay.
I'm going to put you on hold. Hold on. Okay. Oh. Steve, hold on. We got. We'll be back shortly. Hold on. We got about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Steve, you can't talk. You gotta wait. All right, I'm gonna conference in Barry. All right, Barry, we have about 20 seconds.
Wait, thank you.
Okay.
All right, we are back. I'm Brian. Steve Kane is here, and it's time to check in with Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Attorney Barry Siegel, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today, Brian?
We're doing great. What do you have for us this morning?
Well, first of all, we're in Naples today, and we have a seminar, a Living Trust seminar coming up this morning at 10 a.m. We're excited about that. But something happened yesterday, and this happens from time to time. This deals with their with Medicaid planning and helping people protect their assets from the cost of care. We had people who came in and they had brought a neighbor that they know who was a gentleman who didn't really have anybody else in his life, no family or anybody. So sometimes you just have to be on the lookout for some people who may need help with things. And most of the time when people come in, they're adult children who are dealing with their aging parents. But there are some people out there who may not have anybody. So if there's a person out there, a neighbor or someone at your church or someone who might be alone, and you're starting to, that you see them on a walker, you see that they need care, it may be something that we could help them so they don't have to spend down their assets. They may be spending money on home care, or they may be in assisted living, and they don't have to spend down all their assets. They can get Medicaid to help, but they may not know about it, and they may not have a family member who's going to be looking out for these kinds of things. So let's look out for some of our friends and neighbors.
Yeah, I don't think, because you do estate planning, you do estate or elder law, and I don't think, Barry, a lot of people don't realize that there's an area of law with you that specialize in such things, and a lot of times they'll do things that are not helpful. They'll Google search, they'll ask a friend, or maybe the person at the nursing home or assisted care facility. That's not the way to go. You want to call the Siegel Law Group. Here's the number, 855-FLA-3782. You want to get expert advice and take advantage of that no-charge in-office consultation. 855-FLA-3782. 855-FLA-3782. And online, SiegelLawGroup.com. All right, well, enjoy Naples. I love Naples on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll talk later in the week, Barry.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. Take care. All right, so let me answer all these busy phones that are coming in. Couple things, Steve. This what President Trump is doing and the way that he's doing it in Chicago is brilliant. D.C. is a federal city. The federal government really controls D.C. anyway. It's the cities around the country is a little different. If you notice, Trump's been saying, "Hey, I wish they'd asked me to come in. If they asked me to come in, I'll be in Chicago." And they did it in a way that locals can't. They can complain, but they can't stop them. The illegals is within federal jurisdiction. So there's a major ICE operation going on right now as we speak in Chicago. It may be one of the largest ICE operations in history. And what people don't realize is about 40 to 45% of the violent crime in Chicago is done by Hispanic gang-related criminals. And that's going to be the beginning. And once they start cleaning up the illegal gangs, then people in the city will say, well, what about the domestic gangs? So don't worry. It's going to be, a year from now, we're going to be in the heat of the midterm election season. Because it'll be September, the September before the November, before the midterm elections. These blue cities around the country are going to be virtually crime-free because of Donald Trump. And a lot of these blue cities aren't going to be so blue anymore. And, Trump is doing the right thing by ridding them of crime and and all this stuff. But, what they're doing that's really amazing is having Fox News and other decent reporters embedded with ICE when they make the arrest and telling us who it is they're arresting.
You get to see it all happen.
And we get to see who they're arresting, right? I mean, kitty rapist, right? I mean, these are bad dudes. All right, let's take some more calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm Mark from Michigan, Brian. How are you today?
All right, Mark. What's on your mind?
Well, I want you to convert me to a MAGA head. Go ahead. Give me your best
Oh, this
shot,
is
kid.
interesting. You want me to fix your stupid?
Yeah. Go ahead. See if you can do it. Let's talk about the economy. How's that doing?
Well. It's going well, yes. Yeah.
78,000
why don't you
manufacturing jobs lost.
No, what you're talking about, you people with your statistics, what you're talking about here, as an example, over the weekend in Georgia, there were 450 illegals that were apprehended at the Hyundai plant, right?
Yeah, right.
Those are counted as lost jobs, when actually they're created jobs. These lost jobs in the statistics a lot of those are the deported people. They're counting as lost jobs.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Brian. Can I rebuttal?
No, what I'd like to hear from you.
You don't want to read.
You said you want me to convince you to be a MAGA head. Right. Now you don't want me to. Okay, so what I want to know. What I want to know. Excuse me. Excuse me. Brian. Oh well, thank you. I appreciate it. What I want to know is why a grown man is a Democrat. Hello?
Yeah, what? I'm listening.
I asked you the question. I want to know why a grown man, that's you, is a Democrat.
Because I realize that 300,000 migrant children are missing since Donald Trump has started his round of picking up people.
300,000 under your last president, who was non-compass menace.
Do you hear me? You hear that, sir? That is according to the BBC News.
The redcoats? You get England?
Okay, and let's talk about the rest of the world and how they're talking about.
Who cares about the rest of the world? You're in Michigan.
You're
in. He didn't do so well attacking Trump. Now he wants to go to the rest of the world.
No, you are aware that the military has been seizing drug ships for years, right?
Hold on a second. What we're trying to find out. I know why you're a Democrat. You're schizophrenic. You're all over the place. You don't have the ability to focus in. Here you are. Excuse me.
You always hang up on me. You never let me get my words out, do you, Brian?
We're here every day, man, taking calls, and you're here now. So stop whining like a girl. You're on the air right now. You're on the air right now.
Am I? Okay. Well, then, how about?
You think you're imagining this phone? You think you're imagining this conversation?
Well, no, but usually you air it out like I don't even exist. How about the fact that the rest of the world sees us as pirates because we blew up a ship in international waters instead of going up and seizing the ship and grabbing the drugs like we have been doing forever? Why didn't we do that, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you why. You haven't seen any other drug boats getting blown up in the ocean, have you? Since then.
No, because...
Okay, now slow down for a second. So... last week, President Trump blew up a Trinidad de Agua drug boat. We haven't seen any more blown up since then. Why do you think that is?
Because he got his photo op.
No, because they can't find anybody willing to get on those drug speedboats. We haven't had to do it. They're afraid.
So you're telling me people can't get drugs in the United States anymore?
It's getting harder. It's getting harder. He shut down the drug trade at the southern border. Now he's doing it by sea.
You do realize crystal meth is made in the United States.
Now, I don't know about illegal drugs like you. That's not my area of concern. But I'm telling you, I don't have sympathy. I don't have sympathy for drug traffickers on a speedboat bringing poison.
Proof that they were drug traffickers. Because he blew up the boat.
Yeah, sure. We've got the good word of the President of the United States and his intelligence.
Who owes a woman $100 million for
a lying lunatic? Not for sexual. No. He wasn't convicted of any crimes.
Went to prison in Trump Towers.
And
he owes the state of New York $500 million for that. If he's so successful, why can't he pay his bills?
Why should he? Why should he pay? E. Jean Carroll. See, didn't I tell you schizo? You've mentioned like 30 topics. You can't focus on one thing.
All those are.
All right, appreciate the call. We got a break for the bottom. I mean, that guy can't focus in. He's got a very short attention span, Steve. That guy. I mean, he's obviously nuts. All right, if you're on hold,
it was just getting going.
Well, we got a break. The show's not commercial free. This isn't NPR. We got to pay the bills.
All good things must come to an end now and then.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold. We'll take our break and be back. All right, Steve, we'll be back in 1 minute.
Yes. I got a good comment for you when I get back.
Okay. I got to do a quick spot. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Steve's here. You had somewhere you wanted to go, Steve?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point out that that last caller, who I think was a great caller.
Very good caller.
He was right about one thing, though, when he referred to that blowing up that drug boat as a photo op. That's exactly what it was, a photo op. They vaporized that boat so that before drug dealers get in a boat to run drugs again to the United States, they'll think twice.
Oh,
I have a feeling it won't be so easy to recruit people to take that what turned out to be fatal ride.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you, I try to understand what kind. I do agree with you. That was a very good caller, and I don't mind him calling, and I did let him go because we had a break. But he is a little all over the place. He needs to try to focus on one or two things.
That's your job, is to organize them.
Yeah, well,
you did a good job. I thought it was great.
Yeah, he's a good caller. It's hard to organize a complete lunatic. Oh, I got to tell you, Steve, I lost my driver's license, and I sent for a new one, and I just got it in the mail. And because I didn't go in person, I just did it in the mail. So they sent me a new driver's license, but it has my old picture on it. And that is not what I look like now. I might have to go in person and get the driver's license done again in person and wait in that line at the DMV because I've lost so much weight thanks to Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I get pulled over, they may not think that's me. I could not see. I mean, I don't know who that round-faced person is in that driver's license. I can't believe what I used to look like. It's really embarrassing. And I'll tell you this: I'm not going to be so when ever I go somewhere and I have to show ID. It's going to be like, it's going to be embarrassing. Embarrassing for me that people are going to think and see what I used to look like. But I'll tell you what. I've lost all this weight. I got my face back, my chin back, my neck back, my bone structure back, my stomach's flat. I've lost inches and inches off my waist, and my results are typical. It was so easy, eating foods I would normally eat, zero exercise, no prescription medications, no shots. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call, 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightloss.secret.com. It really is amazing to me. We've been debating. This is the longest running radio show in the state of Florida. So you and I have talked to, I don't know how many liberal Democrats over the years, but we've talked to more Democrats than most people. And the Democrats have always been wrong, but I've never seen them defending such weird things. Drug traffickers.
Well, they've never really been in this catastrophic state that they're in now. The party's on the verge of extinction.
And they know it?
And they know it.
So what do they...
You can hear the pain in their voice.
You saw the... You've seen the story of the Ukrainian refugee murdered by that Democrat on the train in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yes. Sad story.
It is a sad story. And I'll tell you, she was a liberal. She had, I saw this yesterday, she had a Black Lives Matter poster on the wall of her apartment.
I heard you saying that,
yeah. And I have not watched the full video. I can't. I see the guy get the knife out, the pocket knife out. I don't need to see it. I only watched that much because I knew we'd be talking about it. That's a racially motivated hate crime if I've ever seen one. He killed her for no other reason but that she was white, I think. I mean, they had no interaction. There was no robbery, no sexual assault. He just saw this white girl and he was fed up. And she had just worked a double shift at the pizza joint she worked at. I mean, that's just, it's just crazy. And I believe that guy felt justified in doing that to a white person. He's been so brainwashed by the left with this critical race theory and everything that white people hate him so much that he was like defending himself in his mind, And you
he probably has experienced a lot of rejection himself, and that's why he's so angry.
Not by judges. I mean, he's
no, definitely not by judges. That's the problem.
He's got a lot of acceptance in that peer group. I mean, he was arrested and 14 times, and this is the 15th. 15 times more than I or you have been arrested. And I haven't paid too much attention to these lunatic judges until lately, with them letting these people go that go on to murder and stuff.
That's the whole story.
And I've been noticing it lately because we've been getting so much of it. And I realized with these judges, I just thought that they were just liberal people and, and they're just brainwashed. I realized why they let these guys go. They think that the prisons have too many black men in them, and that when they send a black man to prison, it's like sending him to a slave plantation.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what my conclusion has been. And these judges are accessories to the murder. Now,
it seems that way to me.
If I don't know how many judges he went before with those 14 cases. I don't know if it was one judge, 14 judges, or some mix. I don't know. But I would feel so responsible if I were one of those judges for that. I wouldn't be able. I would give up my bench. I'd give up my bench and become a prosecutor. I mean, I've never seen such a clear case of everything liberal going wrong, and it's a sad thing, And you hear the media are finally reporting the story, but they're only reporting it because they were embarrassed into it because conservatives over the weekend were reporting it, and they're angry about it. CNN was calling conservatives racist for bringing this story up, and the story needs to be out there because promoting that story could save lives. I've watched the video a bunch of times because it's in the news so much of her getting on the train, and when you get on public transportation, a huge chunk of those people are homeless and criminal. That's why they're on public transportation. Most people that take public transportation are homeless, mentally ill, or criminals, and they can't get a car, don't own a car. There's a reason. And because she was liberal, you could tell she had no fear getting on public. When I get, I don't.
Thinking that.
Yeah, like here,
places when you see the film run a couple times, there were a lot of places she could have sat on that car where she wasn't as vulnerable. She chose a seat directly in front of this guy.
Yeah, when I used to...
Wouldn't have been where I would have been sitting if I were her.
Oh, no. When... sorry about that. I've taken some public transportation, and I've been in some scary situations. I would sit next to... I don't know what you can do on a train like that, because I haven't seen the whole train, but...
the car seemed empty from what I saw.
Yeah, there were people sitting around her, but like if I'm on a...
Yeah, but just a couple. They were scattered. It wasn't a compact crowd. There was, a few people. She certainly had other options in seating other than where she chose to settle right in front of them.
Yeah,
back to them.
Yeah, I wouldn't have sat in a place where I was vulnerable. If I was on a bus, I'd sit next to the driver.
The word vulnerable.
They got to have... Let me ask you, on a train like that, they got to have like a conductor or something, right? There's got to be some employee. I would sit as close as I could to an employee.
Or to another human being.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. It's frightening. Well, her liberalism is what got her killed, is the point. It's a sad thing.
That's exactly right.
I don't want to blame her because the Democrats and the killer are responsible. But, yeah, you know. And if you would have talked to her before that happened, hey, you shouldn't sit like that, she would think you were a racist.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take some calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Scott, and I'm calling from Kansas City.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah. You were mentioning the young woman who was the victim of that fiend aboard the train being a very liberal woman.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to work on anybody when you hear stuff like that. There was an instance a couple of summers back where a young man and his girlfriend were walking down the street at night in New York. He was a community organizer of some kind of big leftist operation. His girlfriend, I think, was employed there too, and she was Antifa. She got a Batgirl Ultra disguise. She was an Antifa thug.
Antifa.
They were attacked by some guy who stabbed him to death. He ran away from him and tripped over a stone seating thing, a bus.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I don't, but you know what it is? You know, like we're talking, we all know the train one. That guy, that's the snake that President Trump was always talking about in that poem at the rallies. The snake.
Okay.
You got it, you know.
I don't. Yeah, I may not have caught that one, but I'm going to take your word on that.
All right, appreciate the call. All right, let's take another one. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. How you doing? This is Maria from Florida.
Hey, Maria.
Hey, Maria.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
We're doing good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm blessed. Thank God for that. Yes, I called this show because I had, over the weekend, I came across the same thing with the young lady being stabbed to death on I forgot what train that was, but, I can't even remember the young lady's name, but it disturbed me because I can't understand how judges can let this guy out like this after he had been telling them what he was going to do.
Liberals.
You know, I just don't get it.
Steve, remember we used to have in Broward County, we used to have a judge. We used to call, let him go, LeBeau. Remember Let Him Go, LeBeau?
Cut him loose, Bruce. I don't remember.
There was this lady judge.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, that I remember she let one guy go and she gave him like money to get a cab home, remember? And,
I remember it.
And remember Crime Boy? There was a kid in Broward that had been arrested 57 times and he was free. So liberals have a long history of being sympathetic to violent criminals.
Sometimes they wise up when they have that experience, and more often than not, they don't.
It's almost like a fetish they have, the liberals. It's like a fetish.
Yeah, they don't, you know, my thing it is, you know, because like I said, over my years, I came across judges like that, but not, you know, for me, they was against me, and they made rulings against me, and I had to literally put everything I had, all my money in it to try to keep these people off of me. So I can understand that when it comes down to the criminals, the bad ones, they just don't want to do anything, and they are the liberal judges. So I'm just like looking at this situation like, where's we as a country? What's going on here in this country? What's going on in America? Well, we can't lock up the criminals.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. This is horrible. It's going to take it's going to take every hand on deck to help President Trump to achieve something to stop this. I mean, every Republican out there, every congresswoman out there, Republicans got to get on board with him. They have to, because this here cannot continue.
That's right.
You know, what about 9/11?
Ma'am, what's your name?
What's
your
my
first name? Yeah.
My first name is Zanicia. Yeah, my first name is Zanicia. My middle name is Maria. Yes. Zanicia.
Zanicia is in Venice?
No.
All right.
Anyway, you're a great American and you got the right idea, and you're seeing it. You're seeing it. It's not a pretty picture, but you're seeing it get cleaned up every day as you watch your television.
Exactly. It's sad, man. Okay, y'all. I don't want to hold you up long.
It's sad on the one hand, but
care.
it's inspiring on the other.
That's right. All right, Steve, I'm going to put you on hold. We're going to take our last break of the day, all right? Now, if you're on hold, hang in there. I want to tell you guys about Jupiter Joe Thomas. You know, Jupiter Joe Thomas, you got to understand, he is offering free consultations, which you could take advantage of no matter where you are in the United States. And after that consultation, Joe Thomas is going to put together a custom proposal for you based on your situation and your goals. These are not cookie-cutter presentations. Give him a call and talk to him about annuities. If you're local, you can take advantage of that no-charge consultation in person in his office. But if you can't make it into the office, you can do it over the phone or via Zoom. Give Joe Thomas a call, 561-743-0999. Remember, with annuities, your money is always safe. No matter what happens in the market, you're never going to lose money, and you're guaranteed an income stream for the rest of your life. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. And online, jupiterjoe.com. We'll be right back. Okay. Hey, Williams, hold on. All right, Steve, hold on. We'll be back with William in a couple minutes.
Okay. Can I have to go over for?
Yeah, you will. Yeah, not yet, but I'm going to get him in a second.
That's the big story of the day.
Yeah, we got 30 seconds. I'm gonna conference William in.
Okay.
All right, William, we have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Steves here, and on the line from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated in Boca, we have William Youngerman with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how are the metals looking today?
The metals continue to, especially gold, continue to set new record highs. Gold yesterday gaining $49.60. Hitting a high of $3,647, trading in a range from $35.78 to $36.47, and closing out today up $49.60 at $3,634.90 the ounce. As you remember, a few months ago, I said I thought I kind of predicted that gold would be going to $3,700, and it looks like we're very close to that already. Silver up 34 cents yesterday, closing at $41.28 the ounce.
Wow.
Platinum up $11 at $1,384, and palladium closed up $30 yesterday at $11.37. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range of $3,627 on the low, all the way up to another record high, $3,659. And right now, we're up $11.10 at $3,646 the ounce. Silver down 28 cents right now at $41. Platinum down $3 at $1,381, and palladium down $9 at $11.28. So gold continues to push towards that $3,700 number, and it doesn't seem to be holding back at all.
Wow, that's amazing. Now, of course, at your shop, when people come in, everything's available for immediate delivery. But for people that can't make it in, whether they're in another part of the country, the world, or somewhere local and they can't make it in, how does it work when they do a transaction over the phone and through the mail?
Yeah, certainly. You just call us up on our toll-free number, 800, and lock in the price and wire the funds, and the coins the items are shipped fully insured the same day or the very next day.
Yeah, and it's very easy.
You'll have them within a day or two.
Yeah, it's very easy. And the number's toll-free. Give William Youngerman a call. He opens up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. 1-800-327-5010. 1-800-327-5010. If you can stop in, please do. His address is 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, on the first floor of the Bank of America building, immediately east of US 1 Federal Highway, on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. And you can find both his address and phone number on his website, WilliamYoungerman.com. That's WilliamYoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman. Yep.
Can I ask you a question? Do you remember the day that we took William Youngerman on as a client?
Why do you got to remind me of that every day and humiliate me? When gold was $4.35 an ounce? Yes, I remember, Steve. Yes.
Listen to it. It's the last. Listen to it. $4.35 an ounce.
Yep.
$435 for an ounce of gold.
Yep.
And today it's over
3600. Yeah, over $3,600.
$3,646. Yeah.
$3,640. So we're $3,200 above where it was when we.
Amazing.
I wish you'd stop embarrassing me, Steve. I mean, it makes me look like an idiot that I didn't load up that day.
Well, it was just a little mistake in judgment.
Well, yeah, but you didn't make that mistake. All right, William Youngerman. No. We'll talk tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, take care. Yeah, I know. All right, you want to take some more calls?
Let's do it.
All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good morning. It's Jim from New York. How you doing?
Hey, Jim.
Hey, James.
Hey, good morning. So, a sad but true statistic that some conservatives and definitely none of the mainstream media will ever talk about is that 52% of the violent crimes in the United States are committed by a demographic that makes up 13% of the population. If they don't want to talk about this, and it's sad, and I don't revel in it, it's an unfortunate fact. Black folks.
That same segment of the population, though, is also the largest victim group.
And absolutely, that's what the irony is about this. So you can people like racist Renee from Harlem or Stelter and all these people don't want to address the problem. They just want to stoke fear, and they actually they create racism because it's good for business for them. And, it's just sad. It's a sad statistic that is not addressed and doesn't look like it'll be addressed anytime soon.
Well, no one wants to go around saying that. Do you blame them? What do they?
No, I don't blame them because
sometimes you have to state. I mean, you have to state what's on. Like this story. What Steve said's right. Like Chicago. Most of that is black on black, Hispanic on black, black on Hispanic. There's very few whites in Chicago.
Right. And that's why there's so many people in D.C. and Chicago and these places welcoming the National Guard. And
exactly. That's the good news.
That's the great news.
That's the good news. So, you got to go through the crap to get to the good news, and what we're going through is the crap.
Yeah, I get what you got to go through hell before you get to heaven. So, but I don't know. It's not a statistic that I love or revel in, but it's unfortunately is not addressed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you addressed it, Jim from New York. All right. Take care, Jim. All right.
Great show as always.
Well, thank you so much. He's got a great taste in radio shows, no doubt. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian from Deerfield.
Oh, hey, but before we get to Brian, I just want to tell there's this incredible cool new thing from Sloman's I got to tell you guys about, Shield Link. Now listen to this, Steve. With the Sloman Shield Link, your entire house can be totally set up through your phone, right? Your thermostat, your TV, your music, your lights, everything. right? Your alarm, and you can set it up so that when you open up, you turn your alarm off, you open up your front door, your music and TV are where you want them to be, on what channel and what volume. Your thermostat is set where you want it to be set. Your lights are on where you want them to be on. It's really, you know what it is? It's living in the future. It's like living in the 21st century that we're in. But it's like living in one of those houses that Buck Rogers used to live in, that I used to watch in the future, after the year 2000. You'll be able to have this stuff. You got it with Sloman Shield Link. Give them a call, 833-283-5050. It'll automatically lock your doors, too, and unlock them when you want them. 833-283-5050, 833-283-5050. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
That's fantastic. It'd be like the Jetsons, too. I remember those cartoons of that.
That's right.
Like a great deal.
It's pretty cool.
I have to say, now this terribly sad story of this lady who was killed on this train yesterday. And this guy has been in and out, 14 times. He's been released. I heard a story later on in the day, and it sounded like supposedly President Joe Biden pardoned 2,400 people on his last day in office, supposedly. Is that a true story?
2,400?
His pen pardon.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that number. Is it that many?
Yeah, I thought this was outrageous. It couldn't possibly be. How could you do that in a day?
Well,
even using the electronic pen and go through all the cases.
These congressional hearings that have been closed doors, which should be on television, some of these Biden staffers have been spilling their guts about the auto pen. Yes. And that's why President Trump's been so happy with Pam Bondi lately, because these things are about to be invalidated.
Yeah.
They were being done completely without his approval or knowledge.
Well, we have people assuming the powers of the presidency who have no business assuming the powers of the presidency.
That's right.
And this Democratic Party seems to just be a champion of lawlessness and crime in the streets at every level, whether it's the street level, the white-collar crime, political crime. They're just a champion for this, and it's just a disgrace.
It is.
And I think this is going to really resonate with people in the midterms, because I think people have had enough of this.
Yeah.
But all these pardons, I mean, how could you possibly go through that many in a day? I don't know, unless
I haven't heard the 2,400. If that, I mean, I'm not believing you, but that's, I mean, how could even the auto pen do that? How many auto pens do they have?
I don't know. And how many people have access to this auto pen?
I mean, and you still have to, you have to line the document up. How do you do 2,400 in a day? I don't know how you would do that.
I don't know. That number could be wrong, but I tell you what, when Trump says this is one of the biggest scandals in history in this country, I agree with him, absolutely. We're going to find a lot out about this stuff.
Well, see, what I've talked about is the pardons are bad enough, but I'm assuming if they use that auto pen to authorize military action and people were killed, that's murder.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that's the that's the ones I'm looking at more than the pardons. I'm looking for something like that.
Yeah. But so sad to see this young girl coming here for a new life here, Africa leaving the Ukraine, and look what happens to her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a direct result of the policy of the Democratic Party and what they stand for, and it should be addressed too. But it's just a very sad story.
The guy that did the killing, I believe it was a 100% racial hate crime, and he felt like almost justified to do it, and he's been so brainwashed by the left.
Well, it didn't seem to bother him so much, because then he's walking up and down the train with the knife and the blood coming out and everything. I mean,
I know they say he's mentally ill, but 99.99% of people that murder are mentally ill. That's not an excuse.
Yeah.
That's like, oh, well, he's mentally ill. Oh, okay, you didn't tell me that. No, and they're always mentally ill. Sane people don't go around murdering.
No.
I mean, look at that guy that killed his wife and the little kids and then put them in the barrels and buried them because he had a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Or Scott Peterson.
Yeah.
They're crazy too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They're all nuts.
Yeah. They are. It's just a very sad thing. But is this a direct result of the policies that have been established in this country largely through the liberal Democratic Party? I think it is.
Meanwhile, I've been during the show, Steve. I've been searching for photographs of. I don't know if you heard, Brian. Oliver North and Fawn Hall got married. And
I heard that on the show,
and I cannot find any photographs of her.
Of Oliver North too, but
I found a photograph of her from 2005. That's the most recent, and that's 20 years ago. I can't find anything. All right, take care, Brian from Deerfield. Do you want to hang over, Steve, for the after show or not?
I can't hear.
I said, do you want to hang over for the after show or not?
Sure.
Okay. I'll put you on hold, and I'll put everybody on hold. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig. Steve's here, too. Take care. God bless Donald Trump. All right. It's the after show. You want to take some calls?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. By the way, you guys watching, we are continuing just online here. Yep, go ahead.
I got a very tenuous connection.
Let me put you on hold and pick you back up. See if it gets better. Okay, hold on. Okay, is that better? No.
Hello?
No, I guess it's not better. Is it better? Can you hear me now?
I can't hear your voice. You're breaking up.
Oh, well, I guess you're not staying for the after show then, Steve. We'll have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll call you later. All right, take care. All right, so it's going to be the after show with just me today. But if you want to call in, please do. And I started doing this about a month ago. I've expanded the show to 4 hours. I'm going to call, since we're off I'm going to call Steve back and see if I get a better connection. Because I know he wants to join us, so I'm going to call him back and see if he answers. Yeah, you there? Yeah, is that better? Okay, let me put you on. I'll pull you up. Hold on. Okay, now you can hear Steve?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, you want to take some calls?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. All right, this is the after show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Cindy from Port St. Lucie. Yeah, it's disgusting. I don't know what's going to happen. I just hope that by the midterm people get their act together and vote for the right party. I can't believe that these people want to vote for that communist in New York. I don't know. I'm so glad I live in Florida because I'm thinking all these people are going to bail out. They're going to want to come here now. Because they're not going to put out.
Well, Zohan, I got to tell you, Zohan's doing a lot of interviews and appearances. I think his internal polls have him worried. If he was so far ahead, he would just coast, don't you think, Steve?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I just don't think he'd do so many interviews if he was ahead, as much as we think. Or
all of them are really bad. Como. Who the hell wants him either? He kills people in nursing home. He comes around. He walks around sanctimonious, like I'm the one. I'm the only one to do this.
Yeah.
We know that what's his name's been compromised, Adams, and the poor. I feel sorry for Curtis because he's a good guy. He's just never going to have. It's never going to. It's not going to happen for him. One guy bailed out. I don't even know who the heck his name was, but
it's a three-man race. It's Zohan Cuomo, Curtis Lewa, and the mayor.
Why are people believing in this young guy? He's never had a job. He's 33 years old. Why do they want this little monkey to run as mayor? I mean, he has no experience. I don't get it.
Because liberals are stupid.
I guess so. They have people like Renee. Oh my God. Richie's 100% right what I said about him.
All right, all right, take care. Take care. All right, let's try to find another one. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Speak up.
Yes, can you hear me that well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you? Okay, great. How you doing, man? My name is Breen.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I've been listening to your show for a couple of days. I just wanted to say I really want to have a good, honest sharing of ideas with you.
Oh.
A long debate.
Okay.
An honest, respectful one.
All right, you there?
So if you're willing
all right.
to.
Yeah, of course. You ready for that, Steve?
I'm losing every other word here.
Oh, okay. I'll let you go, Steve, and I'll talk to I'll call you later. We got a bad connection with Steve.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let Steve go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, hold on one second. All right, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, no, you hold on. Okay. All right, go ahead. Yep, you there?
Yes. I'm still here.
Okay, we got you. Okay, what's up? You want to have an honest debate?
Yes, and I'm not gonna lie too. I would say Steve is kind of correct too. From my call,
you're kind of cutting them off a little bit, but I'm completely fine with that. This is how the parameters are. I'm not going to complain about that. I'm still willing to discuss with you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just show a little bit, and you can call me a Democrat, you can call me a socialist, maybe. I'm on that side of the wing, but I, for real, have the belief that facts are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings. The same stuff the right will 100% believe that. Facts are facts and facts.
Well, facts are facts, but a lot of what facts are facts, but a lot of the things you and I are probably going to talk about involve some opinion. But get specific. Let's stop. Enough with the parameters. Just say something of substance.
Okay, so no, I'm just really talking about Trump, and it's stuff like, because for Republicans, it seems that they have a hate for Democrats where they point out everything they do wrong, but you all never look at your party the same way. You all never hold that same judgment. Everything Trump does is all by God's fair and the right. If his best friend is a pedophile, you never look at him and say, "Hey," or criticize him. You
okay, now slow down a second here. Whose best friend is a pedophile?
I mean, Jeffrey Epstein is a pedophile.
Hold on, excuse me. Now he's been dead for 6 years. He was not Donald Trump's.
That doesn't really disappoint the point.
He wasn't Donald Trump's best friend. In fact, we found out on Friday from Mike Johnson that President Trump was an undercover FBI informant working to bring Epstein to justice.
I hear you perfectly, sir. And see, that's the thing about Fox News. That's also a point of my topic, because that came out to be a lie.
No, it's not.
It came out to be a lie.
Who says it's a lie? Where do you get that information? Where do you get? No, they didn't say it was a lie. No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
Came out today, the White House.
Where did you find it? Where did you see that? I will look it up right now.
The White House.
What did they say?
Okay, search up White House saying exactly what you said. Trump informant. Back in the.
I'm on their official. I'm on their official Google and our official Twitter, and it doesn't say that.
I'm not talking about their Twitter. I'm talking about their words, their videos.
No, there's not. No, that's not true.
Tweets.
They did not deny that. No, they did not deny that. That's not true.
Okay. Here's my thing, sir. If you have a video of somebody saying we can't really corroborate that, right?
No, we've got the good word of the president.
The good word of the president. So, okay.
And
so
Mike Johnson.
Okay. Now let me ask you something. I agree with you on that point. I'll let you have that point. I was wrong on that point. Maybe the news information I got is completely wrong. I'll let you have that one. So, if you're approving on the good word of Donald Trump, when the New York Times came out and said there was a letter that was written by Donald Trump,
that's been debunked. That's been debunked. It's been analyzed, and it's not the president's signature.
But the picture just came out, and it's been literally bar for bar. The writing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They did it. That picture came out weeks ago, and it's in the news again because it's been debunked.
But sir, do you see my point though?
Yeah, you have a lot of opinions. Hold on. Your opinions are based on lies.
But sir, okay, whether or not my opinions are based on lies, I can hear you. But here's my thing, sir. When is in the reality where everything Trump does is never his fault. Everything that comes out.
Everything he's done.
But sir, let me get 30 minutes. 30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds just to make this point. I promise you I'll give you the point. If we're saying Democrats are brainwashed, right? And in reality, a brainwashed person is the first thing a person says they go ahead and agree with, without a backing of any evidence, without a backing of the first thing Trump says
the Republican Party and the Republican fans, they go ahead and agree with. That's a brainwash. That's reality. Because I know for us, Democrats, when Biden was getting old, we hated him. We wanted him out of there. And so if any president does something, we know for people, the president works for us. We don't have to believe his bullshit. People can lie.
Okay.
You don't have to believe
Okay,
it.
listen.
Excuse my language.
Okay. And
You can have your
let's limit the discussion to Trump's second term that we're in, okay? Let's limit it to that. Because that's what we're living through now.
Okay.
What is something, tell me something, President Trump, policy-wise, some policy in his second term that you think we shouldn't be supportive of?
I think the tariff policy was a bad idea.
It worked. It worked. It worked.
It didn't work. It didn't. Because here's the thing.
Oh, my
In
goodness.
reality, all it did was just...
Oh, my goodness. A mind is a terrible thing to
Let
waste.
me ask you something. No, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you if I'm right or wrong about this. Did the negotiations, after negotiations, right? What happened? What were the tariffs and what were the outcomes of the negotiations? Was it the same thing before Trump put in the tariffs, or were they better? Before Trump put in the tariffs?
Better after.
Okay, name me one country where the numbers were better. Name me two.
Every country, Japan, the EU, England in perspective. I don't have all the numbers in my hand. Excuse me. Listen, stop talking for a minute. Golly, I dropped the mic. I dropped the mic. Stop talking for a minute and interrupting every syllable and let me get a word in.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm trying to be very patient with you. You've got a crap phone. I just dropped the mic. And I'm being very patient with you because this is the after show. So when we're not on the radio, I can be a little more casual. I've let you say a lot of stuff. 99% of it's complete bullshit, okay? That you said.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead. Make your point. I'm sorry.
every point that you made, okay? I know you've only found the show 2 days ago. Every point you made.
No. I've been.
See,
I've
here
been
you go
watching
again.
you for months.
You've been watching for months. Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
I've been
Every
watching you for
point.
like months now. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness. Every point you've made.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Every point you've made is based on liberal line talking points, okay? Can you turn the volume down in the background of whatever device you have me on? Because I can hear myself in the background and it's distracting.
No, you're not on the background. It's just.
Are you on the?
phone.
Okay, it's on your. Okay, I guess I'm hearing myself in your phone receiver.
I'm driving.
Okay. The tariffs, okay?
AirPod on.
The tariffs. The countries around the countries around the world were ripping us off with the tariffs. Some of the tariffs they had on American goods were over 100%, and our tariffs were very low against them. So what President Trump did with reciprocal tariffs is negotiate and say to them, our tariff on you will be whatever yours is on us. So if it's 50% on us, ours will be 50 on you. If it's 5% on us, ours will be 5% on you. So reciprocal tariffs means it worked out in our favor. We import so many goods, they have lowered the import taxes on most every good, not raised them. Okay? But you don't know that because you've got these liberal things. So far as Jeffrey Epstein, okay, this is one of the biggest lies out there. A lot has come out about Epstein and Trump in the last few weeks. We now know, you don't know what you don't know. When Trump found out what Jeffrey Epstein was about, okay, when Trump found out what Epstein was about, he did two things. He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago and he reported him to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. This was even reported by Jeffrey Epstein's own lawyer about 2 weeks ago, who said that Epstein thought that Trump turned him in, and he was right. Then Mike Johnson, who did not recant, it's a fake story he recanted. On Friday, we found out from Mike Johnson that President Trump was working as an informant with the FBI to bring Epstein down. And what's going on here is the Democrats are losing everything to President Trump. Their party, the Democrat Party, is almost extinct. So what when Trump says it's a scheme, What he's talking about is anytime you talk about something that Trump is doing that's good, like he frees a hostage, what do? Epstein was his best friend, like you did at the beginning of your call. That's the scheme that they're running. No matter what Trump does, the response is Epstein. But everything that you said is what the fake news media are lying and they're reporting about President Trump about. Everything. Nothing you said is true about President Trump. Did I lose you?
Okay. No. I'm still here.
All right.
I wanted to give you your time.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay. So, with the tariffs, right? Let's because I wanted to listen to everything, make my way through. So with the tariffs, you said they've matched it, but in reality, let me just ask you one question: how do tariffs work? Like when it comes to importing in the United States alone,
tariff is a fancy word for import taxes. Countries around the world have import taxes on our goods, and we have import taxes on their goods. That's how they work. You've got to pay a fee to the government. It's like when you renew your auto tag. That's a tax. You get taxed on imported goods both ways.
Yeah. Okay. So in a capitalistic world, who pays those import taxes? The businesses, right?
Well, this is an interesting thing with Democrats. You are correct in saying that all taxes are eventually paid for by the consumer. All taxes.
No. This specific import tax.
All taxes, whether you increase the sales tax or the income tax, all taxes are passed on to the consumer.
No, sales tax is completely just consumer. We understand that. I'm talking about this
income tax too. Income tax, corporate income tax, it all gets passed on to the consumer.
I understand that, but I was talking about this.
Well, I give an example, like Canada. Like Canada was charging on some items over 200% tax, import tax.
That's not because I gave you your point. That's not evading my question. This specific one, it's a simple yes. It's the businesses that have to pay, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Not eventually. I mean,
but see, don't you understand? But this is what you're not factoring in.
Okay.
What you're not factoring in.
Okay.
These countries around the world lowered their tariffs, so it balances out.
No, but I mean, what I'm talking about, like I said, the United States. I'm not talking about around the world. I'm talking about the United States.
Okay, I'm gonna move on because I'm getting a headache. I mean, I'm talking to a guy that just can't accept reality, right? I mean, how many times can I go around and around in a circle? You're on the air. I mean, come on, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Sherry from Texas.
Hey, Sherry. Yeah, I'm sorry about the guy. I mean, I kept him on for like 20 minutes. I'm going around and around and around. I can't fix stupid.
This governor in Chicago, it's so blatant of why this is being done, why Trump is doing what he's doing. If you are going to take a seat to run a state, a city, I don't care what position it is. If you become apparently incompetent and you allow the level of crime, murders, beatings, carjackings, I mean, the list goes on, there's always a bigger dog out there that can fulfill that seat.
Yes.
And keep the American people safe. And that is exactly what Trump is doing. And if you don't want Trump in your city, and if you don't want Trump in your state, then I suggest you get off your duff, you do the job that you were elected to do, and you will keep the president out of your city or your state. Okay?
Exactly.
But if you're not willing to team up with the president and you don't care enough about your people who voted you in, who elected you in, then maybe you need to be removed, because the people that are rioting in the streets and not wanting this, they're part of the problem. Okay? Who would not want to live in a safe city?
Here's the thing. These blue cities like Chicago, the governments have failed. The number one job of government is to protect its citizens. They haven't been able to do it for decades. I'm sorry. You know, so basically you have an anarchy. You have a non-functioning anarchy in some of these cities. So what are you supposed to do as president? Allow your citizens to be raped and murdered? Or do you move in?
I mean, this Ukrainian woman who was just, I can't even put words into it. I mean, why would you, whether he's mentally ill or not, something has got to stop. Something has to happen.
All murderers and sex offenders and violent offenders are mentally ill. To hurt other people like they do, yeah, you're mentally ill. I mean, that mental. If you go to prison, they're almost all mentally ill. That's not an excuse.
And think about this. They say, okay, sex offenders. I've heard people say, castrate them, right? It's not there. It's in the head.
Yeah.
All right? It's in the brain. There ain't no fixing it, man. They're broken.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with Trump's actions and this baloney of people saying, why isn't he going to the red cities? Why isn't he going to the red states? Well, I don't know. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out, and it doesn't take a history book, okay? Take a look at the daily activities that are going on in these Democratic cities and states. You don't see that ruckus going on in the red states.
Well, notice how we're talking about blue cities, and now all of a sudden they're talking about states. You know, like here in Florida, we're a Republican state, but there are some Democrat-run cities where there's a lot of crime, like Jacksonville, Florida.
Exactly.
So, you know,
totally different.
Wherever Democrats run, you find crime. If they're running it, there's crime, and it's out of control. Okay. There's crime everywhere, but the difference is the level of it and the way that the government locally handles it. And in the blue cities, they're encouraging crime. Where are these mythical red cities? Where are these mythical red cities that are overrun with crime that have cashless bail and all this crap?
I've never heard of them. And I have you answer me this. Have you heard of red states or red cities, however you want to categorize it, struggling with sanctuary cities?
No.
I haven't.
No.
I haven't.
No.
And because what, you feel the Democrats feel like they're being targeted? Well, I'm sorry. When you put your face on a sign that says America's Most Wanted or America's Most Hated, you do that to yourself.
See, you know,
and by the choices,
you know, like somebody in the live chat said, New Orleans moron. New Orleans is a Democrat city in a red state. It's not a Republican city. Yep. You know, don't you guys get it? You know, and they just don't get it.
It's like the harder you hit your head up against the wall, the bloodier your head gets. You know, you think the less sense that it becomes. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I had to call on it. I've been staying back for a while.
All right, I appreciate the call. You make some good
thanks,
points.
Brian.
All right, take care. You know, I got to tell you, you know, like the caller before her with the tariffs, I have always talked to liberals who have called me on the air all my years of doing this. I've always talked to people from the other side. The liberal arguments lately have gotten so absurd, and you're going around in circles debating insanity. There are some things that are non-partisan, okay? When a country has an 80% tariff on our goods and we have a 5% tariff on theirs, you gotta fix that. When you have a convicted child rapist walking around the streets of Chicago, the Democrats don't think he should be arrested and deported. They got this fake Maryland man. His wife says he beats her up and he traffics humans. He was caught as a human trafficker. This is who. So in the last couple of days, I'm literally getting a headache talking to some of these liberals. You can let me know if I'm right or wrong about this, but maybe I am wrong. And I'm open to that idea. But the positions that they want me to argue with them about are so idiotic and insane. I just can't dance around the merry-go-round with insane, crazy people. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Jason, and I'm calling from Wisconsin.
All right. Yep, you're on the air. What's on your mind?
Okay. What I don't get is how the Democrats are so bent out of shape out of every little thing. And you can definitely tell the difference between the Democrat and any other party now these days because they're so full of hate and violence. You can't even go out in public and wear America's great hat again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, the one thing I don't understand is why do they keep bringing up the Epstein thing? It's already been proven.
Well, there's a few reasons why, okay? And I'll tell you. Some of the people I'll talk about the ones that call me, okay? Some of them are seminar callers put up by liberals and liberal organizations to just keep saying it over and over. When Trump says Epstein's a scam, he's talking about that, right? Some of them obviously are strange people that have an obsession with a pedophile. You can hear it with these people that you hear talking about it, it's very bizarre to me. And some of them are like that one guy that called earlier on the tariffs. They're just brainwashed by all the BS they hear in the fake news. You know, I mean, the victims, think about it. Last week, they had the Epstein victim press conference. A reporter asked them, did any of you ever see President Trump do anything inappropriate? They all said no. It was on NBC News. All the victims said no.
Right. So, what do you do about the Dems that come up to you? Do you have anybody? Do you have anybody that comes up to you and tries to be violent with you because you have a Trump supporter hat on?
Yeah, of course I've had stuff like that happen. I talk about it sometimes. Yeah. Oops, sorry, I got my line. Yeah.
It's just gotten so insane. It's what do we do as a nation to get rid of that problem? Because that problem right there has become a huge problem. You can't even be safe walking around your own city because the people who are deranged are going to be attacking you.
That's right. Yeah, I know. They're deranged. Yes. Yeah, they're deranged. Yeah. Well, because it's what Michael Savage says. Liberalism is a mental illness in many of these people, and that's not just a phrase. It's true. A lot of them are mentally ill, like the guy on the train in North Carolina.
Yeah. And now about that one, Trump is going to go real hard on him on that one, isn't he?
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate the call. All right, you take care. All right, let me take another call or two before I say goodbye. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm Ari, and I was just wondering what you thought about the recent release from the Wall Street Journal about that letter that showed Trump writing to Epstein on his birthday.
See what I mean? All right, well, let me ask you a question. I'm going to respond to that. Are you in some Reddit group or something that talks about Epstein all the time? How did you find me?
No.
How did you find me? How'd you find me?
I don't know. You were just appeared up and recommended somehow, I guess.
Okay, I'm recommended to you on YouTube. Okay, I'm just curious because I hear from a lot of young guys that are obsessed with Epstein. I'll tell you, there was this card that had Trump's signature on it with some artwork, a drawing to wishing Epstein a happy birthday. That was debunked.
Yeah.
That was analyzed. That wasn't Trump's signature. And when have you ever seen Trump draw a picture of something? You ever see Trump do any art? Ever? He's
Quite a lot, actually.
No, you haven't. I've never seen him draw. What is he drawing?
Okay, let me just look at this.
No. You say you see him. He's an artist. Since when have you seen Trump ever draw a picture on something in the over 10 years since he came down the escalator?
Okay, so, we have a picture of him with the skyline. I mean, the skyline of New York.
When have you seen him draw something?
I literally have an image of a drawing that he's made.
Yeah, you know why? Because he doesn't do it. If he went around drawing stuff, this fake story with the card, okay? Think about this. And by the way, it's been analyzed. The handwriting and signature is not Donald Trump's, but that card,
it looks a lot like Trump's, but okay.
It look a lot like it doesn't mean it. Yeah, it says Donald Trump. It's not his signature. If Donald Trump was a drawer, right? they would take that card on CNN and put it up against other drawings he's made. Why do you think they haven't compared it to other drawings that President Trump has made?
I thought you said that Trump hadn't made other drawings.
No. There are no other drawings to compare it to because he doesn't draw. He's not an artist.
I literally have...
You have the card. You have the card.
On my browser, I literally have an article saying how Donald Trump's alleged note to Jeffrey Epstein compares to his previous drawings and letters.
No. Art. There's artwork on it. Why are they not comparing that drawing to other drawings that Donald Trump has made? Oh my God. See what I mean about talking to
liberals? I literally have an article in which they're doing that. I don't know what else to tell you.
I'm not asking you about the article. There's a drawing that they say Trump made in this card, right? It's artwork. He drew a picture, right?
Yeah.
Why are we not seeing articles or television stories or websites that compare that drawing to other drawings Donald Trump has made?
Well, I'm literally on a website where they're doing that, so you're wrong.
No, no. What website? Give me the URL.
I can have a link to it and I can put that in the
chat.
No,
give me the. No, you can't put links in the chat. It won't work. You got to give me the URL. What website?
Okay. Is abc.net.au.
Oh, wait, you got it. Hold on. I'm typing on my iPhone. abc.net.
.au.
Wait, abc.net.
.au is Australian.
Okay. abc.net.au.
Flash news.
Okay, hold on. Yep.
Flash 2025.
Okay.
Dash 09. Dash 09.
Yep.
Flash.
Oh my goodness.
Donald Trump's.
Donald Trump's with an S? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's Donald Dash Trump's.
Okay, hold on. Donald Dash. There's no way this is going to work. Okay, Trump's. Okay.
Dash.
Okay.
Drawings.
Okay.
Dash and.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Dash.
Oh my goodness.
Letters. Dash before.
Can you give me the headline on the article and I'll Google it? What's the headline on the article?
Yeah. I think. Okay, it's how Donald Trump's alleged note to Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait. How Donald Trump's alleged note to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay,
compares to his previous drawings and letters.
abc.au. Okay. Let me see if it comes up. Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Okay, I'm pulling it up. This is the one. This is in the press all over the place. It's been analyzed. That's not his handwriting. They've had handwriting experts analyze it. It's been all over the news the last 24 hours. I've got 3 or 4 articles on my X about it. Brian Craig Show on X. Go and look it up. That's not his signature.
Okay.
We see him sign his name like 10 times a day on executive orders. That's not his signature.
People's signatures can tend to change over time, especially over like 20 years, 30 years.
He's been signing things publicly for like 50. He's been famous since the 70s.
Yeah, people's signatures tend to change over time.
Not his. They've done analyzing of it. That doesn't match his signature ever.
Why is his suddenly different? Why is everyone else different?
Because you've got a bunch of scumbags that are trying. Listen, they shot him. They tried to shoot him again. They've arrested him. They were trying to put him in prison. Don't you understand? These never-Trumpers will do anything to stop him. Hey, listen, I appreciate the call. What the heck? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's JJ from Mass.
Oh, my goodness.
I got to tell you, brother, you've got the patience of Job. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I can't, that was painful. But, I mean, listen, sometimes when you get these callers, it's like they're in the horror sci-fi section of the bookstore, and, you know, you're trying to talk reality, and they're talking fantasy. You know, there's thespians gone wild. You know, the kid about the kid that talked earlier about the Rikers, 500,000 per criminal. Remember that guy?
Yes.
Okay. That is such a bogus number. It is so fantastical that kid, but he really believed that.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually believed that.
Yes.
And that's the problem talking to Democrats. They just believe things that are not so.
What's going on? Let me tell you what's going on.
Go ahead.
I am talking to people that they live in an alternate reality. It's like, you know, there's a very well-known science fiction author named Harry Turtledove. You ever heard of Harry Turtledove?
No.
Okay, he writes science fiction novels that are alternate history, like What If? His first book series was called Earth in the Balance. Aliens invade Earth during the Second World War. And it goes over all the way through till the 60s. What would have happened if aliens invaded in the middle of World War II? You know, and you talk, okay, alt history. You know, he did another book called Guns of the South, where some South African white supremacists took AK-47s back in time and gave them to General Lee. Okay? So when I'm talking to a lot of these liberals, they're living in an alternate timeline of events that they think are real that have not happened. And,
good analogy, right?
And it's very difficult, and I'm losing patience talking with them with this alternate universe they're in.
Yeah, it is. It can be. It's just they get fixated on the one point. The guy was the kid about the prisons was just like they just want to take the prisoners out and move them to another prison. I'm like, you're missing the point. New York is so damn corrupt, and you actually believe 500,000. Federal prisons are about $44,000 to $45,000 per year per prisoner. That's for the federal prisoners. Now, it maybe, you know what? I mean, listen, Brian, and maybe I'm being the fool here, because this is New York, and they're one of the most corrupt frigging states there is.
It could be on the books. It could be that much. It could be. It is.
Maybe it is.
It could be.
Their budget is twice. I mean, they've got less people than Florida, and the state budget is twice out of Florida. There's so much corruption in New York. It's amazing. But I can't. But there's no way in hell it can be 500,000. I mean, I know they're corrupt. I mean, 100,000 per.
Well, listen, I've got to run. I've got to take one of my cats to the vet this morning. So, and I've gone 4.5 hours. So I got to run after the 4.5 hour run. I got a podcast this afternoon. So I got a busy day.
Pepsi or Coke?
No, Luna. Luna.
Oh, Luna. Okay. All right. Well, I hope it all goes well.
All right. Take care. Listen, if you're new to the program, this is where MAGA comes to talk. And I don't want you to think I don't want to talk to Democrats, because I do enjoy talking to Democrats. However, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what I told the last caller, that when the Democrats that I'm talking to today, they have a completely alternate version of reality. And, you know, Steve Kane has this phrase that he uses a lot. It's like playing handball off a wet mattress. When I'm talking to people who think all of a sudden that Donald Trump is Picasso, who's running around drawing all these masterpieces, they have this wonder. If Donald Trump drew things, people that doodle and draw do it all the time, they would compare it to 10 other drawings that he's made, and they haven't done it because he doesn't draw. I've heard President Trump talk about this. And that whole thing with the card was debunked months ago when it first came out, and somehow it made it back. I get, was it the Wall Street Journal or whatever, New York Times, wherever it made it back in the last couple of days. And, you know, so they brought it up again. Listen, if you're new, make sure you subscribe. My name's Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. I'll talk to you next time. Thanks for watching.